Hi there, all. Welcome to the next. Oh,
It was me, my new phone doesn't stop going off.
unbelievable. Right, let's all make sure our phones are muted. Let's have our Discords muted.
It was an excellent prompt for you.
Yeah, I'm already muted actually. After your jip last week. We'll work it out, guys. We'll work it out together.
I'm going to have to log out of the Discord, log out of the actual session for a second to go to Google in order to turn on the black box to obscure the top of the screen.
Yeah, appreciate if I don't get.
It's annoying because when you're on the initial screen, when you're on like the different scene for the startup, you can't change anything on any other scene. So it's like, oh, I'm stuck in here now, and I'm already broadcasting. Let me just pop.
So basically, it's Harrison that's not ready this week.
I'm ready. I'm here. I'm good. I was here on time. Ready to go when you are.
Let's
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. So, who wants to recap us? Any volunteers?
Calm, busy setting up a stream.
I will give initiative to whoever gives me a good recap.
Okay, I presume you meant inspiration.
What did I say?
You said initiative.
Yeah. Don't correct
Just
me.
give me
Do I
the-
stutter?
You get to roll when combat happens. We arrived at the Selfie Inn to find a couple of dikes had been dug outside in the snow.
They had. Well, they say they were dikes. They were more like canals.
Yeah. So we went in there whilst Jana was putting the horses away, and we went in and met up with. Ooh, I don't think I have the name in my notes. Let me just go and check.
Well, I've not got them.
Gillespie, yes, because I kept thinking it was jalopy at first. The tall halfling innkeeper, and so it would seem, lover of Jana. Indeed.
Jana's lady friend.
We had a nice meal that what did I mistake it for? I thought it was fish, but it was bird.
Grouse.
Grouse, yeah. I thought it was a trout at first. We heard about a few jobs that they have going on, other than our original objective. Lord Rancy, his warrant put out for the return of his son, Lord Helen Rancy, who went missing up north, where there was said to be, I believe, Yetis were the main thing that were mentioned. We decided we could spare the time to go and check it out. Oh, and also, might have been a dragon around. But probably not. It just sounds like it's really far-fetched. So we head up north to check it out. Immediately see a dragon. And we were... No. And we were pounced upon by a saber-toothed tiger, which in a very long and prolonged fight that had a lot of back and forth and just gradually chipping away at its health with what attacks we could land. We managed to... we did kill... Yeah, we did kill it, didn't we? We didn't scare it off. And a Yeti also appeared, previously injured by something else, and the two were taken down. At that point, we rested for, if not the night, just for a little bit, and then we saw the dragon.
Indeed, high up in the sky, just through the blustering winds, silhouetted in a full moon, or at least a very wide, large moon, just a silhouette drifting across the clouds. And then...
Thanks, I hate it.
High in the hills lay a lonely goat herd.
And then you settled down for the night and had saber-toothed steaks that tasted meaty.
Meaty, yes, they were meaty steaks.
Meaty steaks. My finest
Spoiler.
narrative. Spoiler. Inappropriate, they were not meat, for it was an illusion. Okay, that sounds good. So you would hit the top, you'd follow the river into the hills, you'd hit the fork, and headed off to the right. looking for something, anything. Didn't really seem to come across much, but did stumble upon the Yeti and Sabretooth. But it seemed to be stalking you. And there didn't seem to be much other wildlife in the area, from what you gathered. So we begin.
In fact, didn't you point out that it was conspicuously quiet compared to what we'd
Yes.
expect? Yes.
Yes.
Notably quiet.
Notably quiet. For whatever reason, could be Yeti and Sabretooth.
Fracking, I think.
Could be fracking. It's got this whole Fern Gully thing going on. So we begin the day in a little crevice in the mountainside, the mountains of the spine of the world that separates the north of the Sword Coast with Icewind Dale. The icy north.
I mean,
frozen
just no one else should try and name any mountain. Imagine, no matter what your homebrew is and
Spine
what
of the
you
world.
call your mountains, it's never going to top that, is it?
No.
It is a good, solid name for mountains.
Yeah.
Except maybe the sword and the shield.
Sure. So, the four of you wake up feeling refreshed. Did we do a long rest?
We did. Just going to put my inspiration on my character sheet. Thank you for
Yeah,
reminding
you
me.
put your inspiration on. I'll go for it.
Oh, my dice are still only at... Oh, shit, no. Wrong campaign when my character leveled up this week. I was like, my dice haven't gone up to my new level.
So yeah, the four of you wake up. You are feeling more refreshed after your long journey, after the fight. It is a little colder today, you're feeling. Or it could just be that you didn't have a comfortable sleep. Tried to keep the fire going through the night as much as possible, but it was, a low fire, I imagine. And not the most comfortable sleep. You slept pretty much sat up in this little crevice out of the way. And now you are roused. You have, you've, I don't know, what are we having for breakfast? Are we having some more steaks?
Oh, God. Cholesterol. Yeah, let's do it. If there's enough. I don't want to be... If we have any meat left over, I think Lutetia said she took 10 pounds, didn't she? So until I have some sort of wax or magical bag of colding, I do not want to be lugging any bloody animal carcass around. So if there is anything left over, I'll be cooking that up.
Yeah, we'll cook it.
Yeah. Okay. So cooking the meat up, having a good old chow down, not living like peasants in the middle of nowhere, having a nice massive slab of steak each for your
And
breakfast.
reverse searing it this morning.
Nice. Sounds particularly.
It'd be fucking interesting to do on a frying pan in the snow, but there we go.
So you are rested, you feel well fed, you are shoulders rolled, climbed down from your little hidey hole, and the snow seems to be maybe marginally worse, a little bit deeper today, but otherwise the day is yours. What do you wish to do, and where do you wish to go?
Cook up a bit more steak.
I'm certainly glad that we managed to get a whole night of respite. But do we actually have a plan on how to follow up our day's endeavors? Do we have any tracks that we could follow? Any idea where to go?
I know originally, Eileen, you had been somewhat leading the hunt after the initial tracks. I imagine we lost them momentarily during this encounter, but do you think you could try and find any more heading further in the direction?
I do not
can
believe.
certainly try.
I do not believe she was following tracks. I don't believe she found any tracks. You were following the river fork.
Good
so it went to
God.
the left or to the right, and so you followed it, and then she picked up tracks which were of the saber-tooth prior to it pouncing.
What I mean to say, of course, is we continue following the river, don't we?
Sounds like a good idea. We also haven't seen hide nor hair of humans so far. Or anybody else, for that matter.
Um,
I'm also concerned about the Yeti.
but what?
As far I was saying to the group that I'm concerned about the Yeti, because as far as we know, they usually aren't prone to having, well, predators of their own, so to say. I mean, things don't tend to go after Yeti. That
Bigger Yeti.
Well, I wouldn't know.
I will give it to Letitia and Terios. That as you're kind of like all chatting, kind of looking around, you kind of hear like birds on the wind and kind of like see the signs of life seemingly returning. You know, like a little snow, a little Arctic gopher or something, kind of like just popping its head up for a little bit from the snow and then just goes back under when it sees you. It's like, I'm not being steak. The worst steaks in the world, the tiniest steaks. So it seems that the silences that you were feeling yesterday, the abandonment of all life, seems to have been fleeting.
Interesting.
Indeed. Well, Lutetia, Eileen, what do you both think we should be doing? Where you point, I shall follow.
No, that's going to get us nowhere. I'm still concerned with finding his lordship. What's his name was?
Helon, I believe. I tagged to my notes. My little notebook. Yes, Lord Helon Rancy.
Gesundheit. Yes, Sir something or other.
I just said it, Eileen.
I
Helon
know.
Rancy. Repeat after me. Helon.
I'm looking
Helon.
at you blankly.
I can't tell. You're wearing a mask. Rancy.
So I'd say that where you are, you the river is getting thinner. Kind of like where you pick it up. Like obviously you can't always necessarily walk right by its side when you're kind of like going around it. I'd say it's now probably hitting 10 feet wide. So it's kind of a more you're obviously kind of reaching the head of it somewhere at least at this area.
Which direction did the dragon fly towards?
It flew off to the west, so towards the other fork.
We took right path. It flew to left path.
Yeah, so can we determine where the Yeti was coming from?
You can look up the tracks.
Yes, can I do that? I would like to do that.
Sure. Roll me a survival check, please.
Okay.
Unpause the game, and we will.
Sure. I'll allow it. You can't even roll when it's paused?
Don't think you can.
14.
Okay. It's been a good few hours. You know, you've had a full evening's rest. With the snow, you can kind of heading back to where you were. Because I don't think we travelled too far from where the Yeti was before you settled down.
Yeah.
So, I will give it that around this area, you do pick up 2 sets of very, very, very faint prints. What's seemingly left, and it's not just prints, but the prints aren't necessarily the thing that stands out the most. It's like little droplets of darkness that kind of like spatter, and you can see there's like little droplets of blood that kind of marry up with the Yeti and the Sabretooth were seemingly together. They were walking with each other.
Okay. And
that-
so, can I guess the direction from that? From the tracks in the boat?
Yes, it looks like they were in fact also coming from the west.
Okay.
A lot of things happening west side.
So, my
West side story.
friends, it seems like they are also coming from the west.
Mhm.
And we should, I think, go that direction to know more. Maybe we'll find the little lost kid that we're looking for.
Do these
Yeah.
do these beasts commonly hunt together? They do seem like they are wildly different.
I'll let anybody do a nature check. I will give Eileen advantage given where she's kind of like been around the world.
I don't
I know
think
she's
I
rolled
would.
pretty well. Yeah, anybody that wants to.
But
I
I
will-
will.
22 is pretty good. I'd say, yeah. I mean, oh, do you know what? Even you've got. Didn't you have a book? Don't you have a book with flora and fauna and beasts?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Then I will give it that. You know, if you've kind of like looked over them at all, or if you do, or whatever, or you know, maybe it's just something you can decide how you know. That it's not massively uncommon for Yeti to have some other beasts to hunt with, but they are more than capable of hunting on their own. But it's not unheard of that they travel together. Both. It's the only odd thing is that they are both generally independent. You know, a Sabretooth would happily hunt alone, and a Yeti would happily hunt alone. But it's not uncommon that they are seen together.
So it's not completely out of the realm of possibility for this to be a natural occurrences, but doesn't tend to be so. Something like that?
Yeah.
Well, as far as I know, I say while leafing through my little guide on beasts, I practically tell them the same thing.
Cool. So, are you planning on heading back the way you came, or following to the river's end? Are you carrying going east, or are you heading back west?
Well, we've made it this far, although the tracks also all seem to be pointing west. If our frightened little sheep is off anywhere, it's probably going to be where the most trouble is going to be at, and that seems to be west side at this point. What do you say, fair adventurers?
Do we know how far this road can take us, or this river rather?
You're not sure, but so she said that this section doesn't go deep into the mountains. It does stop into the hills, and it's now, like I said, it's at 10 foot wide. So you're either gonna reach the end of it, or at least somewhere that it's no longer traversable.
A little underwater tunnel you swim through and you're an Icewind Dale.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Pop out in 10 pounds.
Shortcut, little shortcut.
You can go first if you want to take a dip in the water. You get to first. Be my guest.
Your reasoning makes sense for us to return to the fork and explore the other direction. However, we all saw what was up in the sky.
Oh, that we have.
Sure was something.
openly petitioned in the team that if we are going to see a dragon, we are going to go as far away in the complete opposite direction.
That would be the wise thing to do.
All respect and apologies to Lord what's his name, but at the same time, they were the ones who decided to go after a dragon. If they don't know how to run away from it, that's not our responsibility.
I mean, where is your sense of adventure, Eileen?
I'm giving you a bit of a blank look at that. And you can tell that there are several words that are going through her head. And I'm going to be settling on, well, currently it's following you.
And I go where the dragons go, so...
No.
You have no choice.
I suppose that we could just confirm if it is indeed a dragon first.
Quick check. Try to be stealthy about it.
That's actually a good point. And you know what they say? There's a dragon, there's treasure, so we might find some nice stuff.
Where there's dragon, there's usually also death. So as little noise as we can possibly make, that's going to make me feel better.
That's a fair point, but the thing about that is that it is everywhere, whereas treasure is much rarer. So chances are.
I wouldn't put too much stock into the rumours of there always being treasure. That sounds a little too convenient. There must, in fact, be dragons out there without treasure. In fact, I have heard it once posited that is a rumour started by some dragons to lure unwary adventurers to their lairs to add to their hoard. So let us not blindly charge in, expecting a measure of wealth.
Sounds reasonable to me.
I mean, I'm expecting wealth of something, but that something is going to sadly be ice. I don't know if that's going to have much of a market around this place.
Then shall we?
We shall indeed. Is it too late to make a final will and testament? But yeah, I think that we're going.
Okay. So you're going to abandon travel to the east, start following the river back the way you came. Okay.
Just around the corner was Helen with a tree across his waist. Help!
We'll never know. Okay. Roll me a survival check. I'm going to say it's fairly easy for you following the river back the way you came. Oh, is Letitia up front doing the survival?
Oh, it wasn't me. Sorry, I thought it was still me.
I mean, hey, you were the one that was doing the tracking before, so you might be emboldened. The one that's at the front, the most keen to go and find a dragon and treasure.
Dragon, yeah.
And it's you know it's an easy journey back the way you came. You know you've already travelled this way. You know you're following a major landmark, so it's not that big a deal. So as you are heading back that way, kind of able to follow your own footprints as well. The four of you have left quite a heavy mark, and I will say with that survival check, it's quite easy to put two and two together to suggest that if a group of four of you, with how the weather conditions have been, you can still see your footprints, it would suggest that there's nobody that's come this way recently. Otherwise, the footprints would equally show. So you make your way back down the river until you reach the familiar fork. And then as you're kind of preparing, kind of looking up, the way this river climbs up is a little bit more steeper going into the cliffs. You know that this is going to go into bit more mountain terrain, a little bit more icy cliffs. I will say that you see, Letitia, before you kind of set off on the other side of this this frozen river that is at this point closer to like 20 feet wide. You kind of see a little exposed switchback on the other side of the river that leads up around these this like little rock formation, and you can see something above it, like in the rocks. And you don't know what it is. It's like this just natural rock formation that catches your eye, and it looks like something. What do you think it looks like, Letitia?
Do I need to make a roll for that, or
No, I'm going to let you make something up. Give me something that it looks like.
Yeah, okay. It almost looks like a dragon trying to make a handstand on one hand.
It looks like.
It looks very unstable. I don't know how it's still up.
Okay, so you kind of like you look at it and you kind of like explain it to me like it looks like a dragon doing a handstand, and you can kind of see it. It's obviously not a statue. It is just the way, like from this angle, that it looks like the rocks are kind of that they've kind of been shaped. It looks odd. It kind of like stands out a little bit. And that's kind of like over the other side of this river. And that's what you see. What do you want to do?
Can I? I'm going to point it out and tell them that rock formation looks odd, and we should just go closer to check it out and see if it's man-made or if it's just luck. And I want to sketch it on my little book that I have.
Okay. Are you want to go over to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, do we have to cross the river to go?
You have to cross the river to go over to it. Yeah.
Oh no, that sounds risky.
Which is frozen. It's frozen. Frozen. Pardon?
Oh, it's frozen. Okay.
Yes. The whole river, all the way down to the sea, was frozen.
So yeah, I'm going to ask my companions. Do you want to cross the river with me and go closer to the odd rock formation?
I'm currently still trying to process how the shape that you're pointing out to us looks like a dragon that's looking like it's having a...
Doing a
How did you
handstand.
describe it?
Doing a
A
handstand.
handstand.
Yeah.
I mean, do you believe there is something inside it? Like, do you see an opening or something like a cave? Or is it just curious?
Oh, just being curious. I mean, we're just walking in this endless expanse of snow and trees and frozen rivers. Might as well go look when we find something interesting now.
I'm quite sure that the tundra thanks you for describing it as such.
Possibly. Well, if you want to take a look, I can go forward first, in case the ice... Though I don't think it will break. But well, it might be thinner at some point.
If you're starting to hear cracks, absolutely drop down and start sliding towards us.
Well, do you insist, Leticia?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Then I will go forward
Let's
first.
lift ice. Yeah.
Okay. How are you all doing this? What's the plan?
How wide is the river, and how does it look? Does it look like the ice is stable enough?
It seems stable. It's obviously got a layer of snow covering over it, but kind of like scooping it to the side with your foot. Yeah. Seems right little bang with your foot. Seems to be okay. 20 feet wide.
Okay. Then I will carefully walk towards the other side.
Okay.
And
As you
I'll
are
be ready.
As
I'm
you're
going
walking
to
across-
go. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go on. What are you saying?
I'm going to go back a little to take some, to sprint a little bit, and then I'm going to try to slide across the whole river in one go.
Okay, are you doing this as Trilos is walking across?
Oh, no, I wait for him to arrive to the other side. I thought he was done, but if something
Okay,
happens...
so you're okay. So you wait until him. So as you're kind of like going across Tyrilos, you kind of it seems quite sturdy underfoot, pretty solid. Kind of hear a little splinter every so often, but seems fine. And kind of make your way across the other side, and not even 5 seconds later, Aggie, Letitia, can you please roll me an acrobatics check? And we're going to call it a DC 10.
Okay.
Wonderful. As you take a run up, as you take a run up at the river, and you're having to, this is 20 feet across, so you're kind of like running at it hard to kind of get that slide all the way across. You kind of hit the ice, start skidding, but as you've hit it to start your slide, you kind of hear it splinter, and you just see this line kind of like racing in front of you as you're kind of like slide along it, and you get about 15 feet across before, and it kind of cracks out in front of you. I'm going to say roll me a dexterity saving throw, please, as you as the ice kind of cracks open in front of you. And you kind of like made it 15 feet across, but as it kind of like gets to the thinner parts of the other side of the river, it kind of splints off. You fall in, but you catch yourself at your waist height. So instead of going all the way under, and it just cracks in front of you, you're going to take half of 1d6 cold damage. Ooh.
Just for going in. Damn.
So she failed the acrobatics, so she's going in, but she catches herself, so she's not taking the full. I've dealt the damage, don't worry. So it's 2. So you're taking 2d6, but you're taking half of that because you passed the dexterity check and kind of caught yourself as you kind of feel the coal just kind of rip straight up your feet, straight through your legs.
If anything, going half in might even in some ways be worse than if you'd gone full in.
Yeah. And, so the other two see Letitia skid across and just kind of bodies halfway in. I will. You're 15 feet in. It's a little bit shallow here. You can kind of like just about like feel your feet on like rocks and stuff.
Can I use prestidigitation to or thaumaturgy? I don't know which one, but to
prestidigitation to dry yourself off and stuff.
Yeah, to dry myself exactly.
Before you can use mending on the eyes.
So as you clamber out, how are you using? You're using arcane focus, I presume, as opposed to a components pouch. Tell me how you would cast such a spell as prestidigitation.
I didn't think about it.
Now you have to. How would you do it?
I think my arcane focus is my blade, so I'm going to take out my rapier and start drawing some little glyphs in the air. And as they appear, they just like poof, poof, and like some magic aura starts running around me, and you see some kind of smoke just rising from my clothes as they dry.
I like it. So kind of like Zorro, where he does his Z. You're just like...
Yeah, exactly. I'm just writing dry, dry, please.
Dry, please. Excellent. And so as you kind of like finish the final glyph, it kind of the arcane kind of glyph explodes, and kind of like the glow kind of travels up the point of the rapier and just kind of like over your body, and you can feel yourself suddenly, slowly but surely, drying off. And a bold and daring but foolish maneuver, as is the way of Letitia, which I like. I will remove your 1 hit point cold damage. So you two are on the other side, and Gris and Eileen, you are now on the other side of this partially fractured area. What would you like to do?
Eileen, would you care to go first or second?
Second is good for me. I reply.
Very
Just
well.
between the two of yous, how much would you rate that dive? Say from 1 to 10.
Given that it was unintended, a 1.
A 1 cold damage.
Please remain here a moment, Eileen. And I am going to walk about 10-15 foot upriver from where the cracks have been done. And I'm going to slowly attempt to walk over.
Okay. As you are maneuvering across, similarly, kind of like, especially the edge, as the weight with your armor, kind of like start, kind of like splinters a little bit, but yeah, nothing major. You managed to get across just fine.
When I get over, I turn to Eileen and I say, "Will you permit me?" And I draw my hammer.
I look at this very curiously. This might be fascinating. Yes, go ahead, Sir Gris.
I will take my hammer in my right hand, lower it down to my side, and silver light washes over it. And similarly, a moment later, probably across the river before Eileen herself, notice a bit of gentle silver light around her as well. And you will feel a bit of a tug, Eileen. And if you are willing, I will move you 30 feet over the river. Using my
willing indeed. What will that mean?
Using my my 3 daily casting without having to tap into any of my die of my telekinetic movement, and it sort of gently takes you sort of under each shoulder, under each armpit, and just you float across the river. And I'll like a gent. I'll take your hand as you get down. Got to look after the elders.
I will.
Thank you, lad. I say, rather spooked. And then I just kind of look at you over and say, I beg pardon, what was that?
I think you've probably seen it before, because I used it on Trellios, I think, in the rooftop combat. Yeah, I lifted him onto the roofs. So yeah, you've seen me do it before.
I actually felt it before. That's why I'm asking.
One of my areas of expertise, I suppose. Channeling my will through my weapon.
So you chose to not use that fancy trick to help me, though. Thank you. Duly noted.
Well, I choose to help our venerable member over the person who willingly and somewhat foolishly threw themselves across a icy riverbed before everybody else was over.
You say it's foolish, but if it has worked, you would be thinking it's awesome. So
I don't reply, but I kind of just look up and down the still dripping bits of river coming off Lutetia, and maybe raise an eye. In fact, I think I would pull the exact expression that is in my avatar picture. A picture that just screams, indeed.
You got indeeded. Dear, and just so we're all aware. There you go.
I'm increasingly feeling like I'm channeling a young Tommy Lascelles.
I'll take it.
My favourite character.
I mean, Letitia is definitely Margaret. So yeah.
Let's play a pre-campaign. Let's do a one-shot back in her youth.
Okay, so you are gathered together and collectively you start making your way up this switchback. And as you kind of approach the rock outcrop, you can't see this formation above it. You circle round and come up there. And as you come round, snow has gathered in places on it. and it looks like now that it's been mentioned about it being a dragon with a handstand, as you kind of come round, it definitely does look like somebody has tried to make a dragon. They've laid it's rocks that have been laid in place. They've tried to build like the shape of a dragon, and it looks like a dragon that's dive bombing, like it's coming down. And what looks like the hands for a handstand, it actually looks like they've tried to make people. And there's like sharp, like some sharp, angular rocks that are kind of like pointing up. Kind of looking at it now, the scene, very primitive. It almost looks like people defending themselves from a dragon. That's what this kind of like little rock outcrop looks like now that you're here.
Out of character, have we stumbled on like the Yeti Neil Buchanan's big art attack?
In character, yes. So that's kind of what you see as you kind of like approach, and it's just this little flat plateau about 30 feet wide, kind of like nestled behind this little outcrop, and then this larger monument that seems to have been arranged, and it stands before you.
Any way to tell how old it is?
You could absolutely try. I suppose it would be. I mean, you could either go history if you wanted to know kind of the area, but then otherwise it would be nature, I guess.
Knowing Eileen, it would probably something to do with history.
Okay, 18. I'm going to say history. You don't know how old. This mountain. It's a mountain, so it's obviously millions and billions of years old. If science is to be believed, otherwise it's about 2021 years old. So obviously this is an old world. This whole area. From being in Icewind Dale, like the early settlers, and the tribal people that kind of branched both sides of the spine of the world, and they go back generations in hundreds of years, and you have seen or at least heard of such things from some of the tribal folk that kind of like lived in amongst the spine of the world. And with your history check, I'm going to tell you that there were certain clans that they used to make these types of monuments as a way to kind of pass down their history. Obviously there's different ways of, some people write down stories, some people, they tell their stories on a campfire. Some of the tribes that lived in this kind of area, this part of the world, they would make these big monuments for important things that happened. Obviously, this dragon thing was a big thing. It was a big thing for whoever built this, whenever it was.
Oh, so it's more like a memorial? Should I consider it
Something
that?
like that? Sure, yeah, could be. It's someone's depiction of an event or something significant that happened. You don't know what it is. You don't know what that event would be, other than people seemingly fighting, defending themselves, potentially slaying a dragon that is kind of like been dive bombing back in mid-flight. That from a distance, apparently, looks like a dragon doing a handstand.
I will let the others know, and then I will conclude with, as if what exactly this thing suggests, I haven't the foggiest. They could have been fighting a dragon, they could have befriended one, they could have died to one. What's this looking at for all of you?
It could be for any number of people. I don't believe it should impact on the steps we're taking. More of a cautionary tale, perhaps.
True that. I'm trying to remember, though. Did they used to make these things close to settlements? I can't quite remember. I don't think I remember the IDM.
I'll say they're not common to be in a settlement. It's more they were built where these people would dwell. Sometimes it could be a landmark, like an event happened at this point, but not always. But you don't know enough about the history of the different rock tribal folk that live amongst the spine of the world. You do know that they are typically called Goliath. It's the Goliath race, which are kind of like seen in different places around Faerun. But those are the ones that kind of typically dwell within this area.
Understood. Yes, thank you. Well, at the very least, we can use it as a landmark. A sort of dancing dragon is going to be easy enough to spot. Although, not our dragon or whatever flying creature it is that we have seen.
I'm going to take my little cartographer's kit and just, put a little landmark looking like a dragon making a handstand at that place.
Okay.
By the way, Letitia, the little trick that you did the day before about the weather, how's it looking up for today?
Oh, let me look. Yeah, so I'm going to take my cloak and say the command word and see what happens.
Roll me a d6. On a 1, what did we have it? On a 1, it's going to be worse. 2, 3, 4, it's going to be same. 5 and 6 looks like it's going to be clearing up. You kind of open it, and there's like a moment where all the snow that's kind of like blustering around you is kind of like going inside your coat and stuff, and then the kind of like the shimmering, and it kind of like almost pushes the snow away, and you can see that it's just clear. Looks like you're going to have clear skies for the day.
Looks like it's going to be clearing up.
Excellent news.
I'm actually letting out a big sigh in relief. All right.
Not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if clear skies are actually on our side.
That is a good point.
At the very least, we'll start seeing shadows. And if something
maybe.
is going to start circling around our heads, well, at the very least, we'll see it coming.
Let's hope it's enough.
Personally, I'm hoping that nothing is going to be circling around our heads.
Are you satisfied with our little detour, Letitia?
Yeah, I'm more than happy with it. We got to look at this rocks up close, and I got to make a little sketch. I'm happy. And I also saw where Sir Gris, allegiance tend to. So that was a test, actually. This all was part of the plan. So now we'll be more careful in the future on who I can count on or not. And then I'm just gonna look at Gris and make like a little, little playful smile and just, move on.
Yeah, he smiles back.
It's good to know that we can please you with a couple of rocks as a present for your name day now. I say, but you can guess it's in jest.
So where should we go next? Should we go back by the river and continue, or should we explore the surroundings a bit more?
So far, rivers. Yes, you go on, please.
No, I don't believe that we have any reason to look around here, unless we expect to find any other signs of the same tribe that left these stones.
I am trying to perk my ears up a bit, though. Is it as quiet as it has been the day before?
No, I'd say if you're kind of like listening out, you know that there's, as I said before, there seems to be signs of life a little bit more. There are birds on the wind, kind of looking around. There's there's signs of life. Nothing like major. It's not like an abundance or anything. They've all just suddenly come out. But yeah, it seems to be overnight as you now woke up. Yeah, seems a little bit more.
Quiet, but a normal kind of quiet.
Yeah.
Interesting. But yeah, I think we're going to continue unless anybody else wants to do anything else here.
No, yeah, I'm good.
I'm ready to travel.
Keeping my eyes on the skies as we're going.
Eyes to the sky. Okay. You are simply heading back, following the river.
Yes, continuing following the river west.
West.
Go west.
Okay. Life is peaceful there.
Thank God for that.
At the
Got
moment.
him!
At the moment. Okay. Yeah. So you following the landmark is easy enough. Again, it's more of a difficult climb because it is climbing up. The ascent is a little bit harsher. The river is coming down in like smaller frozen waterfalls every often. So it's obviously kind of like carved its way out, and you know it's got this like kind of like stepped, tiered effect in places, but nothing major, nothing overly taxing, and you travel for a couple of hours. Roll me a survival check.
Which of us?
Whoever's taking the lead.
Zisha, do you want to, or should I assume that I'm going first?
I'm doing it.
I'm very proud of you.
I'm proud of myself too.
We're all so proud. Okay. It is pretty much a journey without much trial or tribulation. A little bit difficult at times. You might reach a point where you know it becomes a little bit hard to climb. You're having to help each other up and leg up and stuff. But the river starts carving into the mountain. It becomes like this kind of like valley area, bit of a you can't really pass through it. Kind of like goes through the mountain, and you kind of find yourselves climbing up a little bit, and it's almost like this big split crevasse that you can kind of like end up 40 feet above, where you can see the river like in this valley bit below. And it trails off, and it's kind of like getting narrower and narrower as you're kind of like above it, and you can kind of see it down there. And then it ends up starting to bottleneck, you know, going from 20 feet, 15, and you can kind of like see this natural progression of it. And kind of like down below, you can see that it goes into about 5 foot wide, this river, still completely frozen. More so here, where you can kind of feel it's colder up this high. And then the river itself just goes into the mountain, and you just got mountain in front of you, just like a massive cliff face. Roll me a anybody and everybody can roll me a perception check. See some different things. Whoever wants to roll.
My eyes!
Okay, so Gris and Trelios kind of like casual looking down, but are keeping their eyes to the skies a little bit more, perhaps. Not that they're just rubbish. Whereas Eileen is examining this river where it's heading in and out, and you can see down below where the river kind of goes into the mountain and looks like it's like practically impassable. You can see that there is almost this natural walkway along the side of the river that looks like it cuts into a cave mouth down below, and you're probably now about 30 feet high, kind of like high above this crevice, the frozen river and this cave mouth down below.
Oh. Then I'm trying to lean in just a bit to see if I can notice anything at the mouth of the cave. Like, is there probably not movement, but any signs that it was used?
30 feet up, I'll say, with 22. And given that in this time that you've been traveling, the snow has cleared up. It is like completely clear down there. It does look like there are some scuffs that just kind of like this path is about 10 feet wide, and it kind of like narrows off a little bit going into this cave mouth. And it looks like there is, where the snow is otherwise quite crisp, kind of a bigger impact, a bigger like kind of indentation in the snow that's about 10, 15 feet.
Interesting. Everyone, look alive. There might be something here. And I point out the cave to them. Now,
My hammer is drawn.
Someone want to go find out? Trielos?
Of course you want to go. Of course.
How does it look like? Does it look like it has a clear and like not entrance, but like a path to it?
Yes.
Path leading towards it. Okay. Just wanted to know if it's if it seems accessible.
You would have to climb down from where, so you're in this crevasse, kind of like, and it's just kind of cliff face going down. But you could climb down 30 feet, and then it looks like it goes into this cave. But otherwise, it doesn't look like, from where you are, it doesn't look like this path has any way of getting down to it that you can see from how you kind of approached it. There may be, but not one that you can kind of eyeball.
Hey Trielos, I have an idea. Do you remember that little trick with the gust of wind you did to help me one time when we were on the roofs?
Yes.
Can you cast that on yourself and make the smell of fish go down the cave to see if it's going to attract any beasts that might be sleeping in there?
It's a very, very curious idea, but wouldn't we possibly have still have the meat that we have cooked in the morning?
Yeah, but unfortunately it's cooked because Mr. Gris is kind of a bummer. But you know, if we had raw meat,
That's a slur. Be right back.
Does it still have? Well, I suppose I can just walk down there and see if there's anything, and run back to you if anything happens.
I mean, you can climb down there.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
That's what I mean, deity. There's just that incorporeal voice that just spoke to me.
I hear voices daily.
It sounds more risky
A
than just
voice, I suppose.
trying to attract it.
Are the voices new?
Hmm?
I'm just checking. I need to be sure. Are the voices new? I'm just checking.
No, it's still the same one.
So what are we doing?
Well, I can try and climb down.
Okay.
I'm not sure how difficult it looks if I would already
I would
start
say
using my climbing gear, or just a rope is enough.
I would say for 30 feet of this, kind of like looking down, it looks it's icy. Like the rock almost has like a sheen of blue to it, like
Well,
quite
there's
attractive.
there's
But
three of you.
yeah, I'm gonna kind of give you, from your judgment, you're gonna be looking at probably a DC 12 climbing check. It's about DC 12 difficulty. If you had to scale,
Yeah.
if you had to give it a, on a scale of 1 to 20, how hard it is to climb, about 12.
Sure. Okay. Well, I will still suggest to my companions that since there's three of them, they would probably have little issue with securing me with a rope, and I will take it out of my things and tie it around my waist, just to have some additional to secure myself, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, if they are lowering you, then I'm gonna give you advantage on the climb check.
Sure.
And
That's
then
athletics.
yes,
You be careful, Turielos.
Decent
day
enough.
You'll be fine.
okay. So,
Sorry, I was dealing with a crying child.
did you make him cry more for making you come away?
Too right I did.
Lad, you show him who's boss. Okay, so Turios has tied off a rope around his body, and the three of you are lowering him down. We decided what your character was doing,
That's fine.
Chris.
It just drops me, obviously.
Drops you. Okay. Well, I'm going to give it so he starts making his way down easy enough. So the path that you're kind of like lowering down, the small path leading to this cave, the cave is kind of like adjacent to you, so you can kind of like see it on the opposite side of this small, thinner frozen river area. And so let's drag you guys on. One moment.
The silence is killing me. As a
Why don't we have music today, by the way?
The music
Yeah,
is
we
playing.
do.
It's not playing for you guys.
It is playing.
It's not on for me. Let me look at it.
You got it turned down too far.
Maybe the volume is too low.
So,
Ugh, what is this?
am I now there?
Concern.
Oh yeah, for some reason it doesn't play.
Am I to understand I am there now? Or?
Now it's working.
So I was going to have it that you'd kind of climb down, and you kind of like stood on this little rock ledge before you step out onto the water. So these guys are above you as opposed to kind of like at the side, but it's just so you can see them.
Okay.
Oh, good grief.
Oh, what is
What
going
is
on?
happening?
What's all that noise?
Yeah, someone is.
Aggie,
Aggie,
it's always Aggie.
It's because he's signing music out. Put yourself on push to talk.
Look, I am pushed to talk.
Oh,
It was
well.
stuck. It was stuck. My bad.
Okay. It was stuck.
No, I mean I'm really in push to talk. But it was
Okay.
So the entrance to the cave is here.
Yes.
Okay.
And kind of like this way, from what you saw from your vantage point, it looks like it goes off into nothing. It like just ends up going into the rock.
Okay. Well, I'll start walking towards the entrance, I suppose.
Okay.
I follow closely.
Oh, did you also come down?
No, he's not come down yet. You've not come down yet.
I thought you
No, I've put you guys on the map so that you can see what's going on.
Okay, I'm up.
Okay. That is currently. Yeah, if
Okay,
those guys
so-
are staying up there waiting for you, then
I'm not entirely clear on how the heights work here. So.
So you can climb up this bit easy enough. It's not like
Okay, so these are just stylistic, more or less.
yeah. They're kind of like these are just ledges. So
Okay,
they're
sure.
probably from where you are. They're kind of like between 5 and 10 feet high.
I'll stick to the wall then and slowly try to see more and more.
Okay.
Sort of keep my back to the icy wall and slide forward.
So as you kind of reach this point, it is here where you saw the impact and kind of like the scuffed snow, and kind of like glancing inside with your vision. It's an extremely dark cave. There's no natural light in here at all. Like there's a little bit of light bouncing in off the kind of like the ice, but otherwise it's going to be completely pitch black.
So how far would you say I see inside?
At the moment, to kind of so it's probably lit to about where you are. I don't want to put complete darkness on the map, but I will be doing.
Okay, so I'll just move a couple feet back, and I will. I don't think I need to scream, but I will push out. But I'll start informing my group. So it does seem that the cave is quite deep. I'm not sure if I should walk inside, or do you want to all try and see what's there? Nothing apparent from where I was. Because I didn't see any footprints or anything like that. That would be...
there was an impact thing there, and
right, yeah.
Kind of as far as you went, you didn't ask Luke any more. So
sure,
I didn't tell you anymore. So are you calling this up to the guys on like all the way up on the cliff? Okay.
We can't hear you.
So
come.
As you're kind of like calling up, they're like 30 feet high on this cliff, and you're calling it up so that they can hear you. Okay, good to know.
Sure, it's like 10 meters, so.
But it echoes
No,
deep
it's not
into
10
the
meters.
caves behind.
Yeah, I mean, it is 10 meters, but it's still, you still having to call it up. I mean, personally, I'd have recommended speaking to the person you can speak to telepathically, but you do you.
That's fine.
Okay.
So, but what I'm asking basically is, do we want to try and see what's in there? Do we want to try and lure it, or do we want to just avoid interaction until we get eye contact?
Did you see anything inside of it?
Not really. Since they don't seem to be very...
Well, did you say that we were holding the rope, or that he tied it off? Yeah.
You three were holding the rope.
I kind of want to be down there, but...
Don't you know what? Actually, let me check something.
You can probably climb down fine.
Yeah. Yeah, Sigaris is going to... Leticia, do you have the rope? I feel I should join Trelios.
Yeah, I can try, but I'm not sure I can hold your weight with your armor and everything.
How far down did you say it is, DM?
30 feet.
That's fine, I shall climb without it.
Climb without what?
A rope.
Oh, I thought you meant your armor. Wow, this guy is bold.
I mean, I can still try, but you shouldn't count on it. Like, you should be safe while trying to go down.
You still have me with you.
Can I just ask, has that reset the darkness? Did anybody notice the darkness change there?
The light level's the same for me. Has not changed at all.
Let me...
I don't see anything different.
I mean, you might not do, because I think you're in areas where there are light. So I thought the darkness was already set. I had not turned the darkness level up, but I've changed it and increased it. So we'll see. If you guys, there is light out here. If you can see stuff inside the cave, then let me know. Although you might all have.
See as far as here.
Okay, okay.
I can see up to there.
You can see up to there. Okay, right. So you've not got dark vision assigned to yourself, then, have you? Because you should be able to see beyond that. Then,
Dim vision, bright vision.
yeah, the light source goes to here. So it obviously has reset. If you can't see beyond that, then you need to change.
Ah, okay, I see. So
Is that working?
one is yeah, it's fine. Okay, all's good in the world once again.
Okay.
Sir Griston.
Yeah, I will look to climb down. Do you want athletics?
It is a DC 12 athletics, please.
Do we count as helping him so he gets?
Is he? Are you tied on? Tied onto the rope?
Oh, I wasn't gonna because
Letitia
Eileen.
said that she couldn't hold you.
Yeah.
We can still help. That was just for flavor, like a full guy in armor and a little girl. I'm not gonna pretend like I can just hoist you. But if you're trying to climb and we're helping you, I think that makes sense, right?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, there's the flavour, but obviously if I roll a 1, then you're coming with me, I imagine.
Yeah, I accept that.
Okay, then, so what? Is that of advantage with them helping?
It is with advantage, yes.
Beautiful.
Nice. So you kind of like slowly start rappelling down. I imagine you wouldn't rappel. I imagine you're trying to climb and not put your weight on them. And you're kind of like, they're there for support in case you do fall.
Yeah.
You manage to make your way down. How do I set Letitia's dark vision? I'm going to just do it on the map for now, and I'll remember to do it elsewhere. Oh, he's already got dim vision. 60, sunlight, bright machine. How do I set?
So double right click on Leticia.
Yep.
And then in the vision tab.
Yep.
Whatever numbers you should have. I like to put dark vision as dim because it's meant to be grayscale, so it isn't like doof, showing everything, and it also helps the player differentiate between what they can see and what everybody else can probably see.
Okay, right. So so her dim vision is set to 60, so she has got dark vision on.
Yeah.
Okay. That works for me. Right then. You have made your way down easy enough. And you are kind of like making your way across this ice, just even underfoot, no cracks, no nothing, it's just like heavy, no problems. How are the two ladies going to get down? Are you getting down yet, or are you just waiting around? Are you just waiting up there for now?
We're waiting for Grace to tell us what to do. I mean, I'm waiting for Grace.
Okay. Okay. Then
I'm waiting as well until we have an update.
Okay,
Sure.
cool.
So, Sir Gris, should I go forward? Or do you want to lead the way? I don't know what the plan is here. Should I just
You can see
it.
better than... You can see better than I can. I presume you're going to be... I feel you'll be more...
I imagine so.
Useful. We shouldn't wander too far ahead without Leticia and Eileen, though.
Okay.
Well,
So
I can probably get back quite fast if needed.
as you have mentioned it, and you are now approaching it, this kind of like 10-foot kind of like crater here.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a investigation check, please.
What's that?
You just don't even know. You just don't even know. There's just a big dent in this area, and kind of like looking into the cave. It goes from kind of like a little bit heavier snow out here, and then it's almost more frozen, stony ground inside. So it doesn't look like there's no easy to see tracks or anything like that
Looks like nothing to me.
to you.
Damn it, Bernard.
Concern.
I will start moving slowly once again, step by step, basically. Trying to peer into the darkness.
I don't like that I can't see you anymore.
Okay. What's that?
So you are just casually walking in here. How are you coming into this cave here, Trelly?
I mean, I said that I'm continuing to stick to the wall, basically, and move slowly.
Okay, roll
Foot
me
by
stealth
foot.
check then, please.
Okay. Stealth.
Stealth checks. Okay.
Strong 11.
A strong 11.
A very strong 11, I believe.
Yeah, that's pretty high as far as my rolls go.
As you
Okay, does this look very very narrow, or is it?
where you are?
This,
Yeah, I mean it's not
this
squeeze.
part
You
right
can,
here?
yeah, you can move through. You can move through. It's not like a squeeze. This
Okay.
is still 5 foot, so you can still move through easy enough. So as you are kind of approaching into this cave, and you're kind of like creeping, and creeping, you hear from over this direction.
Okay.
Can
Sounds
you please
interesting.
roll me? Well, tell you what, let's get you all onto the initiative tracker for now.
Oh, no.
Good lord. Sure.
Bear with me. Let me see if I can select you all.
That's fine.
We're fine. This is fine. We're all fine.
Should be okay.
Okay, if you can all roll me.
Initiative.
Oh my god. It's the single digit gang.
This is
God, Letitia's got to come in at like a 17 or something now.
I have a problem. I think I'm gonna reload.
See, my
Foundry
stealth,
because I cannot click on anything.
my stealth was unusually high.
High? 11? Do you think that passes most passive perceptions? You crazy person.
For Turialos, I mean.
Okay, oh sure, then. Actually,
Really in
sure,
jest.
So, I mean, it was bueno for Retorianos.
starting to understand why Aline worries about you at times.
We will wait for...
She sees you
okay.
being
Okay, it's working. What do I need to roll now?
So if you open the fist for the combat tracker, there's a little dice there, and you can just click the dice and it will roll. There we go.
Oh wow, that's bad. I'm still faster than you, but that's bad.
Hello there.
This group. DM, how do I add something to... Other DM. Usual DM.
I was a bit like,
If I drag a token to the combat tracker, will it instantly show for you guys?
Don't know. I never do it that way. I always right-click them and clicked add to initiative. Normally, if a token is hidden, they will not appear on the combat tracker.
Okay. Let me see if that works.
Oh.
What?
No, I'm trying to wind you up.
Hold on. I can't tell whether that's visible or not. Okay, let's see how this works. So you're saying right-click it.
Press for swords to add it to the combat
Swords.
tracker, but now
Excellent.
now it flickered Like
Oh.
something was added, but no new tokens appeared. But clearly, it refreshed what was there. We cannot see. We cannot see the Yeti matriarch.
Okay. So if I roll initiative now, it'll still stay hidden, right?
Should do, yeah. Yeah, I imagine it will, because I normally have things hidden in combat, and you quite often in our campaign are like, why is it going now? It's like, oh yeah, sorry, unhide.
Okay,
It
so
was
you don't
between
see you don't see in the chat thing.
Nope, just us four.
No.
Okay, well, I mean, matters very little because
Or
it
you
is
just see
because you've all rolled so goddamn low.
Oh,
Okay,
yellows. Run.
you hear, and then presuming you can now see that, Tyros.
Yes, I can.
That was one round of movement, and then for the rest of its movement, it lumbers towards you. And roll me a perception check, please, Gris. I'm going to give it. I'll let you. You can roll a perception check, and everybody else can roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
My perception ain't great. But on this occasion, it's alright. How the fuck does Lutetia see it?
I get
She probably just hears it, I imagine.
As you hear this and this lumbering, and it kind of echoes out of the cave, Gris immediately, Letitia, even though it's a little bit quieter, it carries on the wind. It is the sound of a Yeti that you are now all too familiar with.
Yeah.
Silence.
I can also see it.
Oh, can you see it there now?
Somehow, yeah.
Interesting. You shouldn't have vision that far, should you?
No, absolutely not. And when you look at my token,
Oh no, hold on. I think it might be. I think the light. Can you? Is that about as far as you can see there?
yes.
Okay, this light cast actually shows the dim light to that point. There you go. That's cool. So that's as far as this light glows inside this cave. So you see looming out of these shadows as you watch Turelios kind of disappear around the corner a little bit, heading towards him. Oh dear, Turelios. It is now Letitia's go. So that was the Yeti's movement.
So what are my options to go down? I don't know. Can I try to climb down alone?
You can.
Is that an action?
So it would be an action to climb. You can climb half of your movement speed,
Okay.
and it will be a DC 12 athletics check, if you
Okay,
please.
let's go. And I fall.
You do. You start getting halfway down, and you are not tied off to anybody. I'm presuming when Gris got down, you've untied yourself from the rope.
I
Gris.
walked off and dragged them.
Just
yeah,
dragged them
I
off.
did.
Okay, so I'm presuming you guys kind of like bundled the rope back up, and then you kind of hear this loud growl instantly, knowing what it is, and just start making your way down there at too quick a pace.
Yeah.
It seemed.
Is she too far away from me for me to try to grab her?
Yeah, because she's like kind of starting to go halfway down, so there's no saying at what point she starts slipping, but she does indeed.
Lutetia.
She does indeed begin to slip, and
It's okay.
going to stop that music and try and find some.
I saw the name of that
Oh, no.
track. I saw the name of that track. I'm feeling fine.
I mean, to be honest, it was a bit of a slowy one though.
But the name was.
Yeah, the name was "You Are Gonna Die."
The name was.
Okay. Letitia, as you start climbing down at too quick a pace, too bold, too brave, Letitia the Bold, on this kind of icy wall as you climb down, you feel yourself slip, and you skid off the rocks and kind of like skid out backwards. So you don't take any fall damage, but you go straight through the ice, straight under it. I mean, you've fallen down the rock face over a frozen river. So you failed your check disastrously. You failed it more than failed it over a critical failure. -5. It was a terrible, 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 terrible idea. So you skid back, fall through, and plummet straight into the water, and you go deep. You are going to take an instant 1d6 cold damage.
Jesus Christ.
That was some bold.
Are you rolling it, or am I rolling it?
I've already rolled it. I rolled it there. That was your damage. Is it done it as a hidden? Oh, it's done as a private gem. Oh, okay.
I don't see it.
Okay. I had it on hidden from previously. I'll roll it again because you'll all call shenanigans, but I did roll a 6. But here you go. Here's the public version of it. There you go. 4.
I was a bit curious if it's because the game has paused.
No, it's because I set it as hidden when Trellis decided he was entering the cave, so I had to roll a check. So straight away, and he's just kind of like, for anybody else, it would be pitch black, kind of under the wall. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be pitch black, but you kind of see the light above you. You kind of like just sink under about 10 feet, straight through under the water, and then straight back up out the top. That is pretty much your go, but you have made it down quite quicker. But you are hanging kind of on the ledge, on the edge of the ice in this big crack. Another crack. You're just going up and down ice with nails, smashing up frozen rivers.
Oh no!
So I don't understand. So I'm beneath the surface, but can I go back up? Like what's?
Yeah, no, I'm saying. I mean, you can stay under that. I'm presuming that as you went under, that's what I'm saying. You've gone back up, and you're now kind of like holding on to the edge.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Of the thing. And do you know what? I'll let you make an athletics check at the end now to kind of pull yourself up. Obviously, you've no traction on this ice. It's deeper here. There's like nothing to grab onto. So I'm going to call it DC 10 before it comes up. Oh, you are stuck in the water. Oh,
I'm just going to fail them all because I have -1. So what's the point of doing athletics anyway?
Well, maybe you shouldn't try getting down a cliff without a rope. Just an idea.
I mean, I should be nimble. I should use it. Whatever.
So that is Letitia's go over. So Gris, you see what's happening down in the cave. You see Turelios suddenly being confronted by a Yeti as you hear a sudden and you kind of turn to see Letitia crash below the surface of the water. A moment later, she kind of pops out and you're kind of relieved to see that she's caught, but then you can see that she's scrambling and she can't pull herself out of the water. She's still stuck in there, half-bodied as she was last time. What do you want to do, Sir Gris?
She's young and nimble and she has help. I'm heading into the cave.
Young and nimble and has help. Okay. Is that not letting you move?
Yeah, I'm just measuring
Just
out.
measuring it out. Okay.
I will dash in, and as I'm running, heading into the darkness, I will shout, "Bloom!" And my lantern will erupt out to, I think, from reading it at a campfire, let me just check what bloom goes to. Sorry, not bloom. It was, where are we? Shine.
Shine, Jesus, shine. Fill this land with Father's glory. Eileen, you're up on deck at the moment. Have ready what you want to do.
Let me just set my.
I'm going to allow it. Not that it was said that. So where do you have this now? Because didn't we say that it's too big to have stored on your belt?
Oh yeah, we did.
But I'm going to have it whilst he was going in there. Whilst he was going in there, I imagine that you were kind of like getting it unfastened off your backpack, and so I will have it that you had access to it as you come running over.
That's exactly how I imagined it, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just change it. So I am just setting the. I need to make a
macro for it.
A Halvor macro, but
whoa,
that's very intense. That's very intense. Let me just sort that and that and that, and that should be.
That terrified me
better.
more than the Yeti.
Shine, Jesus, shine.
And that's me.
That's you. Do you wish to say anything or do anything, or are you just running in?
Just running in. Yeah, gotta look after my boy.
Turles, as you see, you're confronted by this great beast, and kind of almost frozen without its frozen gaze. Then you see Sir Gris just come charging in next and shine. Eileen, come on. Eileen.
Yes, I'm good.
I already prompted you. You're on deck. What are you doing? Okay. How are you getting down there? What's the plan?
I have nobody to hold me. Well, I am going down. Whatever happens, happens.
Okay, it's going to take both your movement. You'll take a movement and an action to, as in a dash climb, to reach the bottom, unless you happen to have 60 feet of movement speed as normal. So if you can roll me a DC 12 athletics check, please. Good luck.
I can't look.
Oh my god.
I can't look. This is how we die, guys. This is how we die.
I am coming, Letitia. And you start going down, kind of like as close to where she was going down. You're trying to get close.
You remember no one's holding the rope.
You slip on the same patch that Letitia kind of put her hands on, and you just feel yourself fully body away, straight under the water.
This is fine.
You are going to take an immediate 1d6 cold damage. And with that abject failure, and you do not have dark vision, I'm going to say, roll me a perception check, please. DC 8.
That was so nearly a 2.
That's what she wants to see.
There you go. Lucky. So you're kind of like looking above you, like because you've gone hella deep. You didn't have to break through as much ice as Letitia did. It was already kind of like broken around you. You just kind of like bodied straight through into the water, and then you kind of like look up and you can just kind of like see the glimmering blue of the ice, and like a little silhouette of a person. And you are also scrambling. I'm going to say, please, can you make me... what was it? Did I do an athletics check to climb it? I think it was a DC 10 athletics to try and climb onto the surface of the ice, please.
Time to pray.
Okay. You kind of like... And you've gone so deep, you've hit the riverbed, and... kind of like pushed your feet off the riverbed and kind of like swung. You got like a little bit of trajectory as you come out, and you kind of like managed to scramble out. The ice around you just kind of like all fractured and splintered, and Letitia's kind of like scrambling to try and get out. Let me add your damage, but that is pretty much your go as well, Eileen. What did you take? Oh, 5 cold damage. Yowza, kabowza. Man, you guys haven't even got into the cave properly yet. This is awful. Okay.
This is how we
Torellia.
die, guys. This is how we die.
This is how you die, yeah. You didn't find the monument of all the rocks placed together where it was a river and all the stones were like really far away from don't go near the fucking rivers. They're so dangerous. Torelios.
Well, okay. So I'll move my. Actually, what's the? Yeah. I'll move my hand towards my shoulder, and I'll start talking to my friend. I suppose I'll need your help because I have to see this creature fleeing from us, my friend. And first, I will cast Mind Sliver cantrip. Normal. Good. So that's my friend burrowing into its brain and distracting it. And now I'll use 2 sorcery points to get a quickened effect on Dissonant Whispers, since the first one was the cantrip still goes. And I will have him whisper to it since it's already in its head.
Okay.
Hopefully. Wait a second. There's the roll. Yes, consume spell slot damage.
Oh, nice.
Didn't even need the reduction. So it's running 30 feet, I suppose, or whatever its movement speed is, away from me.
Does it move on its turn, I'm assuming?
No, it's a reaction of its
Of
it
your
uses
thing?
its reaction to move
Okay, cool. So move 30 feet.
up
1,
to its full
2,
speed.
3.
You
think it's
know I'll be
my leader.
striking.
It's
No, you won't, because it does not trigger reactions. Usually, forced movement does
Yeah.
not.
and it's got
The same should apply to your moving, to your force movement. What is it? The telekinetic.
Yeah,
push
so
or
I thought
whatever.
it was. I thought you said that we must use their reaction to.
No, it's
Yeah, it does.
It's forcing
It does,
to
but
use
it's
its reaction,
still, yeah.
but it's still force movement. So there's like that's running away like Bigfoot and the Hendersons.
Okay, and then I'm left with only my own movement, and I will start moving towards the entrance of the cave.
Fuck that
Somewhere
shit!
like there. I'll just
Okay.
pat Gris on his shoulder while moving right next to him.
Just for future, only because I just looked it up because it's something that's come up in my other campaign as well at the moment. If a reaction, I get why we've done it on a wooden strike, but if they have to spend a reaction or an action to make that movement, that's not forced.
Really?
This came up in something else. If they have to use any part of what would be their action economy to do it, it's no longer forced.
Oh,
But yeah, but
okay.
I wouldn't have struck, and DM may rule differently. But just the way, because I know, like, if I move someone, it's part of my turn, isn't it? It's me choosing to
Yeah.
move them. It isn't costing them. But if they have to spend any part of their action economy, it's not forced, even though they've been compelled to do it. But yeah, it's maybe just something to look up, maybe.
I mean, where have you just looked it up?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it
RPG
actually
Stack
does.
Exchange.
Yeah,
Okay.
Stack Exchange says so.
That's fine then. If you are entitled to an attack reaction, you've not used your own reaction, then you can 100% make the attack. That is good to know. That makes your thing. There you go. Now you can target him.
I really hope that this doesn't interrupt. It doesn't now stop.
Yeah, it
the
doesn't
spell.
break it, does it, or anything?
I mean, if you kill it.
Not if it misses.
You get it buried in its fur and it runs off with your warhammer.
I just feel like, the scare the horses off in the film, slap on the arse.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Cool. So how long is it scared for? Is it just that round, or does it just
No,
keep
yeah,
going?
it's just a reaction, and then it's fine.
It's fine again. Okay. I need to look over all your skills and stuff so that I know exactly how I should be reacting to them. Okay.
How to break them.
How to break them in half. Very good. Did some. Yeah. He kind of like runs off. You know, kind of like blood trailing from him. Gris tries to take a big swing and he's like, you kind of like, you connect it, but it's like mostly fur and like a bit of like hardened muscle. He's like, kind of like shrugs off and keeps running into the cave. Okay.
And immediately comes back.
Yep. Yeah. Kind of like stops. Kind of clears its head. I can like cast a glance back. Fucking Grace, who took a swing at it. How poetic! How poetic! Okay, so it can act as normal now, but it's not its reaction, yeah. Although, we're in a new.
Yeah, it's
we're in a
round
new
again
round.
now.
Yeah. What's that? 1, 2, 7. Comes running towards you, Sir Grace. Kind of bounding, and it's going to open with a chilling gaze. Right, hold on. Otherwise, it's going to damage straight away. So, can you make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw?
Gris or me?
Gris, that's who it's targeting.
Oh my god, what's with the wands?
Oh
Holy
dear.
shit, the wands.
So you do take
This is
the
karma for last
3d6.
week.
There have been so many ones in such a short amount of time. The dice really like us today.
The fudged follow-up one, also a 1?
Why did you do a fudged follow-up one?
Because I don't get why you got me to roll it manually, because when you click damage, it prompts to do the roll, and based on my roll outcome, it decides whether it's the full or the half damage. But it ended up rolling exactly
Well,
the
no,
same
yeah, but
damage
that's the
than
thing.
there was.
I mean, it shouldn't do half damage this anyway, though. It shouldn't do any damage. Okay, so in future, okay. So you got double one. At least you've got them out of the way.
That's triple.
You know?
My last roll on the attack opportunity was a 1 as well.
Oosh.
Triple
Okay,
ones.
so that has dealt the damage. Yep. Okay, and you are paralyzed.
Fuck.
Let's see, which is an appropriate.
Nice.
Isn't looking good.
Actually, are you paralyzed and then be paralyzed for 1 minute? Okay. Actually, no, it doesn't. No, it's not going to. It's not
Okay.
going to thingy that one.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Hold on, bear with me. 1 second. Oh no, it is going to paralyze you. Sorry.
Mate, you're fucking mindless. It's an emotional roller coaster. This.
One second. I'm just trying to read through the thing.
No,
properly.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think I read something wrong. Okay, yeah, cool. So you are paralyzed. I'm gonna go with. Oh, there you go. It's got 1 for paralysis, so I'll probably use that one. What do we think? So as it kind of turns and kind of like goes into the shadows, and then you kind of like just see it blaring, like illuminated as it kind of comes running back at you, like shocked for a moment, and it's like. And kind of this darkness just kind of like surrounds its eyes as it kind of like drifts towards you and kind of like fills your head space, and you can just kind of feel the cold kind of like clutching at you. It kind of seeps inside your body and kind of stiffens up, and you are.
Trelios just hears, "Come at me!" But cuts off.
So as part of its, so this is multi-attack. The Yeti
Let's
can use
do it,
Chilling
boy.
Gaze and makes 2 claw
Let's
attacks.
do it.
You automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Oh man, this is
Yeah.
rip. This is rip
Yeah. Totally. Got that backup
Okay.
character ready. Don't worry.
Okay.
At least one's going to be a 20.
So this is
Maybe even
advantage.
both. Yeah, boy. And I think hits are automatic crits, aren't they, when you're paralyzed? Isn't crit damage?
No, I don't think it's any attack
I think it
that
is.
hits the creature. Oh, that hits creature is a critical hit. If the attack,
Yeah.
Okay.
So both crit damage.
I'm feeling sick. I'm feeling sick.
Let's do it. Do it! Okay.
So here comes the second attack. Oh my god.
This is so bad.
Do it. Do it.
With advantage.
Not
Go
great.
for it. Go for it. Do a crit damage, boy.
Oh, you look.
I am well and truly
Trounced.
out. Yeah, you just hear a
my God.
crash.
Yeah, Tyrell, as you kind of like turn around and say, Sir Gris! You kind of like looking at him, you see the thing come running round, and Sir Gris! And he's like, kind of like, just see him kind of frozen there as this thing just starts wailing away, just bodying him into him, just crumples into the ground with this just massive, heavy, meaty claw crunch, and then it kind of like, and
The
looks
lantern
up.
goes out.
It's you. Oh, does the lantern go out when you're unconscious?
I don't know, I've just decided it'd be cool if it did.
I mean, I suppose if it works,
the
if it
magic
works
and
with it being
attuned to me, yeah.
it might be attuned, yeah, okay. Oh no, but it acts as a normal lantern without your attunement, though, right?
But I had made it shine, which is only an attunement thing.
Okay, fair play. Then it is out. Oh wow. Okay. Yetis, boys. Letitia, can you please roll me an athletics check, DC 10. If Eileen wants to use her action to give aid, I will let you kind of hold it, but if you are going for it...
See the athletics, like there's no way. I'm just gonna stay in the water. That's my life now.
You are going to take another D6 cold damage, still in the water.
Oh man.
That is another...
Just to be sure, am I at least out of the water?
You did get out of the water, yes, you passed your athletics check.
Was that my action?
I will use it as part of your movement. So if you want to try another, if you want to try again, I'll let you try again.
What's
If you want
the
to use your
point? Okay.
action, yep.
Yeah,
Unless you want to try and do
okay.
something else. If you want to try and do something else to get out, I don't know.
Like what? Let me think. Okay. What can I do to get out? I don't know.
So Grace, you're next up on deck. Think
Yeah.
about what you want to do.
Quite literally on the
Reach out
deck.
to me. I don't know. He can try to reach out towards me, like grab me at something, get my ankle, give me the pride of my life.
But I mean,
Save
I
ready.
don't wanna grab you and bring you into the water by mistake if I roll a one or something, you know.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, I'm just gonna try it again with my bonus action. And with my action, I mean, by athletics again. But I'm gonna use my bardic inspirations to get a +4. Okay.
Bardic Inspiration is a boost, bonus, yeah?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, cool.
me check.
Then, yeah.
Get out of the fucking water.
We were supposed to
What
die
the-
to the Yeti, not to the river.
Yes, it is a bonus action, so I'm going to use that.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. So good that both of your healers are fucking about on the ice out here. Nice. Okay,
Hallelujah, you're out.
you scramble.
Finally. And so, do I still have movement, or did that eat all my movement?
That is everything. That is you. You used
Okay.
movement to try and climb out, and then you've used your action to.
Okay, then I'm just sitting here and looking at
I'll-
Eileen and I'm like frozen and like shaking from
Yeah.
the ice.
I'll say that with both of you, as you was using it as your movement, you climb out and you can use the half your movement to be stood up. So you're both kind of like stood up now. You're not prone, and so you both kind of stood up on there. It's like freezing cold, and yeah, let's. Sir Gris.
Here it comes. Here's another natty one.
Oh my god.
2 failed death saves.
What's wrong with the Z?
Fuck me!
What's wrong with him, mummy? That's now 4 nat ones in a row.
Wow.
I mean,
What kind of a
you bet don't
what kind of a
don't
crazy Z did you get for your
whatever you
random
do,
generation?
whatever you do, Hitchin. Don't pussy out on me here. We
Oh, no,
ride,
but I've-
we ride
no.
this out.
So I've already got.
If he dies, he dies.
Yeah. No, I've already got plans. I just want to check something. Bear with 1 second.
I've got plans. It's called a fucking wizard.
Now, I will prompt you. Would you like to use your inspiration dice to re-roll that saving throw?
No, I'll use it on the next one.
Okay. So you don't want to eradicate the two death saves? Because if you fail, you still only take 1 death save.
Yeah, okay.
So there you go. That's my prompt. I was just checking whether you can
So I'm
what you can use
clearing
inspiration
back,
for.
just clear it back to 0. For half a second, I thought that was a 1 again. Just like, what?
Okay. So it is just but 1 failure.
Yeah.
Wow. And
Just
can you
one.
remove your inspiration, please?
I can't because when you're dead, the whole
you don't do
UI is just replaced with like the Sonic Drowner music.
Wow,
When I'm either if I survive, I'll remove it. If I die, it doesn't matter anyway.
Okay. Gris, you are
Dying.
kind of taken back. You're kind of like blinking in and out of unconsciousness. You're kind of like you know that stuff's going on around you, but you are just. You don't feel paralyzed. You kind of like felt the cold wear off you, but there's just nothing. You just can't do anything. And from behind the Yeti, you start seeing this kind of like shadow appearing behind it slightly. Can't make out what it is. Something moving, like a figure or something, perhaps. But you're not sure.
Okay.
Okay. Eileen.
Well, the best thing I can do is to basically dash to where the rest of my team is dying.
I'm in the dark. Can you see me?
For some strange reason, I do.
Yeah, no, there's light that goes up to. Yeah, light goes up to this point.
Cool.
So you come running round the corner, looking like entering this cave for the first time. You see Turelos that's kind of like stood in the middle of this kind of narrowing corridor, and at the other end you just see a crumpled body on the floor of Sir Gris and this Yeti looking up, and he's kind of looking straight down here at you two.
Holy fudge! Do I still have a bonus action?
You still have a
just-
bonus action, yes.
I'm just thinking how to do this. And it's clear to me that Sir Gris is on the saves, right? It's clearly on 0 HP.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he's out. Yeah, he's like there's like just a spatter of blood like all around the cave walls where he is. He got fucking bodied. Like-
Because Circle of Mortality, when you would normally roll 1 or more dice to restore hit points with a spell to a creature at 0 hit points, you instead use the highest number possible for each die. So basically, in the fit of panic, I'm going to use Healing Word at 2nd level for how much that is. 1d4 your spellcasting ability modifier.
Well, if you roll it, it will let you choose what level you cast at, so then it should add in the additional d4s. So that will do, 2d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. So it would be, so it'd be 8. So your spellcasting modifier is Wisdom, so that would be plus 3? Yep.
Yes.
So yeah,
I'm
so it
just
would.
going to roll it.
Can you select the full thing?
So it heals me for so it heals
The
me
full dice, right?
Yeah.
It
Okay.
basically should.
It's 11.
for-
Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah.
So
You're basically hearing, Great Gap!
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily just yet. It's okay, and then no, get back
Probably
down.
not.
So you kind of like feel this warmth, Gris, kind of like drifting over you, and it kind of like comes into your body, and kind of like you feel it kind of like swelling into your chest, up into your face. It's kind of like life, like irradiating from you, and kind of like fills your eyes for a moment, and your vision becomes clearer, and the shadow behind the Yeti just starts fading as you kind of like, and you realize you're kind of like lying on the floor. You can see this thing above you, but it is basically left you presumed dead.
okay.
Is that everything for you, Eileen?
Everything I realistically can do. Time to pray.
Okay. Cerelios.
Okay. I will cut the air before me with my dagger again, and I will hurl an undulating mass of darkness, weirdly egg-shaped, at it. It hits. Yeah. Why didn't it roll damage already? Weird. I don't see any prompts for it. Let's see, 80. Huh.
Me
How
neither.
does that work?
I'm not sure.
Doesn't let me click on those.
What is it? Just a normal spell? Chaos spell?
Yeah, I just clicked on the icon of
And a hit.
D20,
Target
rolled
takes
that,
two-
but I
yeah.
don't see any prompts for damage now. And it didn't roll them on its own for some reason.
You can't
I can
roll it
just
from the
roll.
spell.
I'll roll just to the 8. This is the fastest, I think. Oh, Jesus.
Yeesh. Why bother?
So I suppose from cold and acid, I will choose acid. It seems
That's
safer here.
probably would be best, yes. So it's the D6.
So it is a ball of acid that splashes all across its.
Is it the D6 that's acid,
heavy.
or is the full damage acid?
The full thing becomes acid.
Nice. So as you kind of like this like egg, you cut with your knife, this egg kind of coalesces and kind of blasts into this thing, and it just splashes all over it, and you just kind of like see just its fur kind of like just melts away, just leaves this exposed dark flesh underneath it, like burns straight to its skin, like it kind of like just flails its arms out in the end, gives a big screaming roar.
Just for flavor, I will scream. I will shout to it, "Get over here, you beast! I'll scramble your brain once more." And then I'll move backwards a bit, like trying to entice it to attack me
Okay.
instead of the still lying Gris.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that it's kind of like left him for, it's not going to start trying to eat him in the middle of combat. Okay. It is Yeti Spaghetti's turn.
Attack opportunity.
Just stamps. Oh, sorry, selecting you. Just stamps over Gris. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And come on, you scrambled this, and it just comes like, comes comes bounding down towards you, Torellis, and
I quickly cast regret as reaction.
well, it is going to cast Chilling Gaze. Let's see if we can take somebody out in this session.
God damn, did it recharge? Holy shit.
Yeah, there's no thing on it. It's just
Chilling Gauge isn't a recharge? I
No,
always
but
thought
if
it
you-
was.
No, but if you pass it, then it doesn't work on you again.
Okay, what do I have to roll?
That's crazy.
You have to.
Constitution?
Apparently it's
Or
going to
will there
prompt
be a
it.
prompt?
It's going to
Okay,
prompt
sure.
it apparently, and it's cold damage. So you're only going to take half of it, which is good.
Mhm.
Oh no, I've just rolled damage apparently. Oh well, I mean that's good, so I'll stick with that damage. But if you roll me a DC 13 to see whether you take half of it,
Okay, so I con.
Yeah,
That's
sorry.
normal, I believe.
I hit the dice instead of the Man, you guys are the worst.
Attack of the wands.
So
So I take 3 damage from.
you take 3 damage, and you kind of like you feel this kind of like damage hit you, and you just kind of like looking at in his eyes and kind of like swelling, just this darkness around his eyes, and there's this little pinprick of blue as you feel the cold emanating you, and you feel fine. It's like, yeah, you're used to cold, but then it's like you're stiffening up, and then you are just frozen in place, and you are now paralyzed as well. And here come the other 2 claw attacks.
Mm-hmm.
If Eileen had been in range, I would have happily.
It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, good lord. Man, these guys are bad.
I'll be like,
This is what happened.
I'll be like CR5 or 6 yet.
CR3.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. And seems like you took on 1 and a Sabretooth before. This just goes to show what happens when you roll a bunch of natural ones, Segris. So, have you applied the damage?
Yeah, I've
Charlotte?
applied the 3.
Here come your
okay.
advantageous
Here comes the
crit shits.
Yeah, here comes the rest of it.
Sure.
Good lord.
Here comes a crit.
Oh, it says slashing and cold, so some of it is reduced.
Okay.
If you click crit, it'll know what to half.
Okay. Yeah, I did click crit. Yeah. Yeah, so it'll have halved the 1d6 cold damage, I think, which looks like it did. Yeah.
2d6.
Oh yeah, 2d6 cold damage. Shit. Okay, so here comes in the sex. So it just kind of like you kind of like feel it freezing up, and this arm comes back and just kind of like hits you, claws and all, and they just kind of like pierce straight into your ribs, and you can feel them like go deep, like kind of cut open your side, and then other arm up in the air, and it's just going to come down for a big slam into your face. Oh my god, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Oh wow.
Ooh.
That's got to be down, surely.
Gotta
Surely
be,
he's
gotta be
got more
down.
HP than me. I
Got
imagine.
to get dropped. Boy gone down.
Oh, man.
Hey, on the plus side, no longer paralyzed. Okay.
I wonder how many enemies Mad has deleted off this map now that it's like, well, not going to be needing to bring these in.
Oh man. Okay. So you
Did
are
you
just
save us?
bodied wholly. Can you see this? Oh, you can't quite see this, can you, Letitia? Oh my god.
No, I can't see it and I can't hear you. I'm just gonna go away. I'm gonna climb back.
Letitia, come back here!
And as Tyrelios goes down, it's just, and then roars at Eileen. You're next. But okay, Letitia, what do you want to do?
I have a question. So the edge, how much movement?
You can move up. You can move up. Now you can move up it easy enough. It's like a sloped cliff.
So I can only move up to here, right?
If you're going that route, I mean, if you kind of like, if you moved along the water, like I think you could get to about here and would have vision on people. Where were you? You were here. I think you were here. So it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah. So that's where you. That's what you can see. So you kind of like your head height. You can just see Torellios slumped on the floor and this Yeti looming over the top of him. I think you've just got vision on Eileen. Just you can like see just around the corner a bit. It's
Yeah,
kind of
I can see everybody. I can see Trielos and Grace. And
okay.
So I'm going to use my bonus action to heal Trielos.
Nice. Using healing word. Two healers, guys. So it's handy. Two healers. Healing word, man. This is why I've never bothered with it. It's the only reason to have it, to res people from a distance. Okay, so Torellios. As you kind of like go down, just kind of slump to the floor. You kind of like you see this kind of creature. Your eyes start drifting, and then like you just suddenly got a second wind, like you've just been hit by this adrenaline, and you're just kind of your eyes kind of flash up for a second, but you are still on the floor as you kind of like feel
pinball.
as you feel you kind of like you come around almost quick enough to feel the stiffness in your muscles and all the tightness that had frozen you up just kind of like just easing away. Oh my god, guys. Okay.
And then I'm going to use my action to shoot
action.
Go at disadvantage because I think it's further. I think it's 30 to 120, so
Okay.
should be
It's 45.
45.
45 to the Yeti. So
Okay, I'm
No,
going
it's
to
saying
shoot.
for the crossbow. Yeah, he's saying that the disadvantage on the crossbow. The hand crossbow has 31,
has
so it's disadvantage. Yeah.
Whoops.
no, it's
Nice.
I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You
roll
said
an 8.
only to frustrate yourself.
Yeah, just to be mad at myself. Yeah, so that's my turn. Can't do much more.
Okay. Tick off. Does it automatically take ammo off, or do you have to manage it yourself?
No, I think I have to do it. I'm looking at it right now.
You can get not now, but when you look on the weapon later, you can set it to have the quality of ammunition, and then you can choose the inventory item that is the ammo for it.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, you can do that whilst it's in the middle of whilst it's everybody else's turn. Okay, so you kind of like quickly. Sorry, while you're quickly casting healing word, you're drawing out your hand crossbow, and a quick shot at the Yeti that goes wide, kind of like hits the cavern mouth where it is inside. Okay. Next up, back from the dead.
Yeah, I push myself up to my feet and seeing the dim light and yet the back of this huge Yeti sort of framed in the doorway, wailing down on comrades. Trevelius lying on the floor, grasping around for a second, unable to find the lantern that has gone out. I will instead yell, "Scorch!" with my finger pointed at the Yeti, and it will be revealed to me as a bolt of flame, a gout, leaps out and arcs over to him. Can the Yeti please make me a DC 18 Dex saving throw?
Is this from the lantern, the scorch thing?
It is.
And what kind of damage does this deal? Is it fire damage? Just want to check.
Yeah, it's 2D... Where are we?
2d6 fire damage.
2d6, yeah, 2d6. Half on a save.
Okay. So it needs to make a DC 18 dexterity saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Bear with me 1 second.
Son of a bitch. So
Son of a bit.
So he takes half of this. 5 fire damage.
5 fire damage. Okay.
So that's half. Then that's half a movement to get on my feet. Oh,
One moment.
Poor Zed. He
So,
splits into two.
as you say, scorch, and this gout of flame comes bursting out of the lantern. The heat that this magical heat, this fire damage that couldn't suddenly spews forth from your lantern, just instantly, you kind of like see it shear all around you, and above you, icy stalactites just kind of like almost instantly melt from the massive heat. Can you roll me a DC 14 dexterity saving throw, please?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Have a look. DC 14 dex saving throw.
Yes, please.
Please roll well. Please roll well. Please roll well. Please roll well.
You are taking 2d6. Oh, so you're taking half of this 2d6 damage.
2d6, what sort of damage?
It is bludgeoning damage.
Okay. So I'm taking half of that.
You're taking 5 bludgeoning damage. So as this gout
I'm
flame
back
kind
on
of like
1 HP.
oh my god! As it kind of like blasts forth, just the heat just kind of like irradiates, and you kind of like you almost instantly see like the ice of this like icy blue as your cavern, kind of like it just suddenly turns wet around you, and you hear as you kind of look up.
Does any fall on the Yeti as well?
Oh, actually, it is 1 minute. So.
Please say that it doesn't fall on Turiel. We barely got him up.
Oh, it's a 20-foot 20-foot radius. 1, 2, 3. So it's going to hit the Yeti, but not Turelios. Oh!
Yes.
Nice. So in the arc, let me make this Yeti.
Wait, isn't the Yeti immune to cold damage? Oh, it's bludgeoning.
Fire, yes, bludgeoning. Yeah, so it's from the fire. Well, we'll see. So we'll go with the same damage that was rolled. What was it? DC 14, I said?
20, I think so. Yeah, it was 14.
It's just DC. Oh, okay. So it takes the full 10 damage. Okay, and you kind of see as this fire hits it, like in its back, and on its back starts smoldering, and then all of a sudden, all these this just like shower of icicles, kind of like just dropping all around you, like a rain of arrows have just been kind of like shot, and you kind of like caught and all, kind of like managed to get your shield up, and a few of them bounce off, a few of them catching your shoulder. But this Yeti is just peppered, and they all just kind of like land in front of Turelios, who's lying on the floor. And as the fire kind of like smolders on the Yeti, it kind of like kind of like bats its head a bit. Okay.
Okay, and then... Well, I was intending to say I'll close distance over to it before all this fell. But do you know what? I'm at who knows what's behind me. I'm at no more risk. So half a movement to get up. I presume I went prone as I was bodied to the floor. And yeah, I have closed myself closer. Although actually, I'm going to hug the wall instead in case he decides to run away. No. Yeah, so that is foolish me.
So you've not taken an action yet?
I
Didn't you have a
got
healing
up.
potion, something,
Oh
anything?
shit! No, I did not take an action yet. I don't believe I do have one of it. Oh, I do have one of the healing potions.
You do have a
yes,
potion.
I will be. I'll be fucking inhaling that.
Yes, I was watching. I was like, "Please don't attack when you've got that potion of healing. Please don't attack." Potion.
Oh no, heal myself, not the Yeti. Don't heal the Yeti.
No. Do not heal the Yeti. Absolutely do not heal the Yeti.
Okay, 7. Yeah, still like no.
Did you heal the Yeti?
No, myself. I mean, yes, I did remove 8 HP from the Yeti. There's 7 HP from the Yeti.
Okay.
Uh,
Running, quaffing the potion of healing that was conveniently placed on your belt. I think we might have to have some kind of masterwork belts for holding and determine what is being held where.
Just built-in defibrillator for Chris.
Exactly.
you have like a Batman belt.
Yeah,
so
that is my turn. I'm going to quickly grab a glass of water.
Eileen.
Come on.
I'm going to try to interpose myself at least in between the Yeti and Rielos.
Good.
And I'm just praying, please work, please work, please work, please work. As I am going to try and passes on try to not hit the Yeti.
Oh my god! He's only got an 80 of 12! How are you missing him?
I'm
Oh.
cursed, that's how.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how cursed you are in a moment.
Absolutely. A lot.
Oh,
It's nice knowing all of you.
Okay. Is that your go?
Great.
Well, not like I have anything else that I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Dross.
Sure. Okay,
Yeah.
I guess I will. I will first send. Promised it that I will keep scrambling its brain, so I will start with a mind sliver. I will once again send my friend to burrow in its head, stay there.
I am once again
Distracted.
asking you to burrow into people's.
Yes, this one worked. And now, seeing as the situation is getting more desperate by the minute, I will call upon his claw. And I will put, say here, marker for Maximilian's Earthen Grasp. And a flippery claw will emerge from the ice and the broken ground right there, trying to restrain the Yeti.
Okay.
And this would be normal. Okay.
Nice.
And it would seem that it is indeed restrained.
So it is now restrained.
It's restrained.
Attack rolls have a...
Please don't break out. Please don't break out. Please don't
And
break out.
I suppose I won't leave its range because it does not seem to stop it from attacking me at all.
No. No.
Yeah. In that case, I'll stay where I am, and I will see what happens.
Okay.
I can't
Top.
look.
Top of the round. I am going to have to dash to the toilet, and I'll be 2 minutes. I've been holding this P in. It's like, oh, it's only one enemy. They'll have it killed in no time. Okay, just give me 1 second. Oh,
Time
good.
to strategize.
Yes.
Well, the strategy will probably be well on it. For everybody dash away. Disengage. Run.
It's hit for
One by
12
one.
now. Yeah, it got hit for like 40 or so till now. I believe my first turn was around 12. My damage rolls are just as low as my regular rolls.
That's why my damage rolls are even worse. They don't land.
I guess this turn wasn't that bad, but the ones before were very subpar.
Level 3, what you gonna do?
Mm.
Although I do see it looking very hungrily at me. I feel it in my bones.
What's happening?
What do you think about this whole splitting the party tactic? Does it work? Is it worth it?
Yeah, it's the best.
Should be working now!
Okay,
The best tactic. It's spicy tactic.
I am back. So, Eileen steps up, tries to make an attack. This fire bolt hits it from behind. Torellos attacks it. It's kind of like restrained. It can't move. It's frozen in place. Kind of like looks around. You can kind of see this mix, this flash of anger and fear and fury and. Whew, let's see how this bad boy goes down. Eileen. It kind of like looks at you and instantly like igniting this blue piercing gaze. Looks at you. Is going to perform chilling gaze on Eileen. Can you roll me a DC 13? Oh, sorry. Let me just roll it on you 1 second. Remember, guys. Remember how to play the game.
I can't look.
Oh, fuck me.
I can't look. I'm dead.
See, so the thing is that already applied the damage to Eileen, even before she'd failed the thing. So that's the worst. That's the thing that I was saying. Why people need to roll it before it's weird. So you, Eileen, kind of feel this creature. You're suddenly made invisible. You're kind of like staring up at it, and you're praying, and your prayers are not answered. As the creature just looks down, and you are just filled with this petrifying chill that seizes into your bones. And then with its multi-attack, it is able to make 2 claw attacks. The first of which, as it is surrounded, it makes on Torellos. Oh, okay. So it makes the first one on Torellos.
Mm-hmm. Does
However,
not get advantage this time.
It has disadvantage.
It has
at the moment.
disadvantage, yeah. Not that it matters, probably, but...
Okay, yeah. I mean, it had disadvantage anyway because it was hit by fire.
Having prepped many Yetis for Solenka Pass and then dropping them, I was like, don't mention it in case we're not. Don't mention it in case these are different. Don't be meta.
No. So it would have had it, but it's obviously restrained anyway. So it is going to attack Torellos with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
8. We'll see.
I'm gonna cry.
Are you down again?
I don't know.
You are down again.
13, Jesus, the rolls.
And then it turns around.
Aren't you resistant to cold damage?
I am, but it does not deal only cold damage on claws, I believe.
You have the part of cold damage, right? So it's not 13, right? I don't know how.
It sorts it, Aggie. It does.
Yeah,
It calculates it.
Okay. So it would. Okay.
So hold on. So it rolled. I mean, what did you have? So it's rolled 7 damage, and then a 6 on the d6. So that's 13. How much damage did you take?
I don't know, because I would go to 0 anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So until we do this on somebody that's hit points, it's harder to tell.
I had 8 hit points, so
Okay.
it would drop me anyway.
Yeah. And then it turns around.
So my my thing drops.
Is it no longer restrained?
Yeah, I believe so. I definitely lost concentration on it, right?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes, you most certainly did lose concentration on it. Okay, so let me remove the status effect, and then it turns to Sir Gris. and makes its final claw attack with disadvantage. Fortunately, even though he's no longer restrained, the fire means it still has disadvantage.
Fail, fail, fail. Please, please, fail. God!
So you see, Sir Gris, you see Eileen just kind of freeze up, and Eileen, you can kind of see this happen, and then you hear as it just smashes into Stralis, and you can't even move your head. You just kind of like hear his body just fall, and then he turns around, and you see as he's about to absolutely devastate your other companion, and Sir Gris just shield palm. It's like, not today.
Or maybe in a
Letitia.
minute.
Or maybe in a minute, Letitia. This thing is looking rough.
Really? What have we done to it?
You've done like fire damage. It got hit with the bludgeoning damage. We've had some. I think all of Trellis's damage has hit. So it's been it's been taking some wounds. So it's looking bloodied and scorched. But it's still on its feet. Still on its feet now that the tide has turned a little as well. It's feeling emboldened. Letitia, your companions, one on the deck again. Hand crossbowed. Oh, missed the Yeti. Yeti spaghetti. Just clips off the ice again. It's still kind of in that same position. You kind of like just the same aim again. You hit the same spot. He's just up and down, up and down, up and down. Oh my god, I can't take this anymore.
Are we doing those horrid exhaustion rules that we started using in Curtis Strahd for after the first bounce?
Not yet. Not while we're level 3. Jesus. There'll be enough exhaustion stuff with the campaign anyway. So
I'm sorry, I thought it was a hardcore campaign.
Yeah. So yeah. I can't remember how. There's things that I'm going to do that I'm going to ramp things up as things get more challenging. Not in a complete rule shift, but until it's prominent and relevant, then I'll stop. But for now. So is that you, Letitia?
Sorry, what was that?
That's you. Yeah, you've moved.
Oh, yeah, that's my turn. Yeah, I can't do anything more.
Okay. If you've definitely finished, you can. I think you can right click yourself and end your turn. It'll skip to the next
No.
bit.
You can just don't take yourself out of combat, but you can click at the bottom, like the arrow to move forward, and it'll progress to me.
Okay.
The arrow I don't see. Where is it?
I don't know because it's not my turn. Yeah, we're at the bottom. It says end turn, and that will end your turn. The word scorch begins to form on my lips, but then I glance up, and instead I circle around the beast, bringing my hammer up, and before I swing, it glows that a brilliant white for a moment, different to the usual manifestation of my abilities, and you hear that quiet but sort of high-pitched keening ring noise for a moment before I strike out advantageously.
Whoa!
Nice.
A solid rib blow. And that is me.
Eileen, Torella, plan what you're doing.
Sure.
Okay, is this a con save?
Huh?
For paralyzed, it is. Bear with 1 second. DC 13 Constitution saving.
Expected developments in your future. Shocking events that would change.
Whoa, what was that?
Obviously, Aggie watching his his dirty fortune teller porn.
What? Fortune teleport?
Is that another one? Do my eyes deceive me?
Jeez, guys. Eileen is just so. That is crazy.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is the end of your go. You are just watching all this
And your
happen.
campaign.
So all you know is that Shirelios went down, and you're kind of like frozen. You can do nothing about it. You know that he's lying down next to you. You think like dying, and everything wants to kind of turn and help him, and just call upon Kellenvort to give you guidance, but you have nothing. You just can't do anything.
Well, dear Picati, I do believe there's only one thing that can save us at this point. Make it run!
Make it run.
Yeti fails with a 9.
14. Good damage at last.
Yes. Yes.
Does this make it run?
Yeah.
Okay, this is what makes it run.
I'll be swiping at that.
No, you won't! As you kind of go inside its mind, it's like, it was like emboldened for a moment, and then it sees Sir Grisk step around, kind of like hits it bodily, kind of crunches all its ribs. It's kind of like still fleeting about from the fire, and then it hears all these whispers, and it starts running, and as it turns, it just collapses on the floor as you see like blood kind of like starts trickling out of its ears and from its hide and from its wounds, and you have killed the Yeti.
The big bad evil guy is defeated.
Oh wow. Okay, so everybody's up on their feet by the looks of it. After a few moments, Letitia comes over, Eileen. You kind of praying, and you just kind of like you're like praying yourself, but as this creature kind of falls in front of you, you feel that the paralyzed. Actually, do you know? I don't think it necessarily does fade away when it dies, but you know, passage over time, you're going to beat the DC at some point, and you kind of like feel your stiff limbs kind of like ease up a little bit, and straight away you've kind of like it feels like you've been trying to turn your head for like the last 30 seconds, and you like turn it, and then it eases up, and straight away you kind of like turn and look down at Tyrelas. Turn to him, he's kind of like he's still there. You suddenly see still alive.
Oh, thank the gods. It just kind of bled out before I think I'm dropping down. I think I'm going to learn to hate Yetis again.
I'm wondering if I should take some fur to make gloves to go with my boots.
Start skinning it in the middle of this cave. Okay, I'll let you guys do you, but I'm gonna say, as you're all kind of like gathered around this kind of like crater that you were stood in, this impact, it's been heavily kind of like scuffed over now. But if anybody was wanting to inspect it, then I will give them the chance for an investigation check. But it will be with disadvantage.
Sorry,
Do you want to
what's
try?
scuffed
Eileen, and
crater,
I can
sorry.
try to help you.
Say again?
I'm a bit distracted at the moment. I'm saying
Oh, yeah.
getting myself back
Yeah.
together.
Can I use thaumaturgy to help Eileen be less frozen? Now that just to appear less.
I don't think thaumaturgy. I think prestidigitation will warm you. I don't think thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy would like set things on fire.
Prestidigitation to warm.
Say again?
Living material, which would be clothes in this situation, I suppose. Basically, making a heating blankets out of them.
Yes, it's pretty much how I get through Salenka. So you're all kind of like warming up. You're all helping each other out. Does anybody want to check that the impact or anything, or are you all otherwise deciding to do what you want to do?
So I've obviously missed something here. When you say the impact,
So I said when you were looking down at the cave, there was an impact in the snow here, because she was saying
that
there are
was
any
literally
tracks.
when I was AFK. That was it. I came back, you were being lowered down. Okay. No, I would be nursing my fucking wounds.
Yes.
I look at it.
Okay. Investigation check, disadvantage.
Okay. So how does it work if I use a bardic inspiration with a disadvantage roll? Does it work on both of them, or how does it work?
It will work.
I never did it.
Bardic Inspiration would go on the first, or would it just add it to both of them?
Or add it to the lowest one, maybe?
I don't know.
Let's have a look. Bonus and Bardic Inspiration. 5e on.
Asking the real questions here.
I think you can choose.
You need to use rolling disadvantage. No inspiration. Read me Bardic Inspiration, because obviously this is pretty important, so I might as well just get it cleared up.
What did you say? Read me?
Yeah, read me what Bardic Inspiration says.
Okay. Can you still hear me?
Yeah?
Yes, we hear you
Okay.
loud and clear.
No, so I figured it out. If I click on push to talk and I switch to a new window, it stays on. That's what I was trying to understand. So, bardic inspiration. You can inspire others through steering words or music. To do so, you use bonus action on your turn to choose one creature other than yourself within 60 feet of you who can hear you. That creature gains on one bardic inspiration die, a d6. Once within the next 10 minutes, the creature can roll a die and add the number rolled to one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw it makes. So that means I choose, right?
So, well, you don't choose. They get to choose. Do they get to choose when they use it?
The creature can wait until after it rolls the d20 before deciding to use the
Okay.
bardic inspiration die.
So,
That means
yeah.
for the DM says whether the roll succeeds or fails.
Oh, okay. So you would have to do them. So, okay. You would have to decide whether you're going to use the Bardic Inspiration to top up the
Yes,
first or
before you
second.
tell me what I did, right? Before you tell me if I succeed or not.
Well, you'll know because you'll be rolling. You'll be rolling it. So, yeah, you'll basically need to tell me whether you're going to be using it or not before you roll.
That's
Because
not
you-
what it says.
But you see the rolls. So unless you're rolling it hidden and then deciding whether you want to roll Bardic Inspiration.
Roll, but I don't know what is the DC. So I see the rolls, I decide if I want to augment them, and then you tell me the DC, right?
No, because you have to decide whether you're using it before you know the result.
That's not what it says.
Is that not what it says? I thought it said you need to decide whether you use it before the DM tells you the result.
It
No,
does.
yes, but after I roll the dice, that's what it says. After you roll the dice, before you get the result.
So basically, we can roll. I
I-
get. But it's one of those things that is kind of conflicts with VTT a little
I
bit.
think it's mostly the dissonance because Mad is calling DCs before we roll.
Okay, yes. So
Like,
because
if
you don't,
have,
right, okay.
if you have a hidden DC, you don't know if you have passed with your 15, say,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
And that's when you decide before you
okay,
can confirm
get it
if
now.
it works or not.
So yeah, so you just roll and then you decide whether you want to apply
Okay.
a bonus dice, a boost
So
dice to it.
it was investigation, right?
Yeah, but I think you will have to. Okay, never mind.
No.
17. So I don't have to do anything.
You,
So in
you
future,
say so.
in future, if you're going to be rolling
Yes.
a Bardic Inspiration on this, you can't roll them together like that because if you'd have rolled a 7 first, you might have gone, okay, I'm going to use a Bardic Inspiration. But because you rolled and you knew that the second dice beat it, you didn't need to roll the Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, I get you. Okay, I get what you're
And
saying.
that's what I was getting at. So you have, I mean, you still have Bardic Inspiration. You've cast it on yourself, so you've used it though, yeah. But you've not used it. So you've used a use of it, but you've not. But you've still got Bardic Inspiration. So you have to tick it off, but you can still use it within the next. Was it 10 minutes?
10 minutes. 10, yeah.
Okay, cool. So with your investigation check, your uninspired, your uninspired Bardic Inspiration check. We just lost so many viewers. The thing is, it's one of those things that's so prominent. It's like it's going to happen all the time. Like, we might as well just work it out. You are kind of like looking around, while everybody's kind of like trying to sort themselves out and heal themselves and sort out wounds. You kind of give a glance around the area, and it's kind of like speckled and it's been trampled over. But you kind of like look at where this impact was, and I said it was like about 10 to 15 feet wide. You kind of see that the actual impact is much smaller. It's like less than 5 feet, but it looks wider because it looks like you can kind of like check like the curve off where the main impact, and it looks like something is hit with wings and landed here. So something like the impact is where something has landed with wings. So it's not a 15-foot wide winged creature. It's a smaller creature that has a wider wingspan.
Okay, and so
It's like a little trail coming from the impact, like where a tail's dragged or something. Like it's got like this little snake on the floor, but then it goes into all this hard packed ice and stone inside the cave.
okay, so which way was it going? Like towards the Yeti or towards the entrance?
It was going into the cave. Yeah. So it's like something's been flying and landed here, and then as Gris just gone like, nope, I'm gone.
Yeah, I'm scaling the cliff again.
Scales, you say?
So I'm going to tell the others what I just discovered, and I'm going to also use a bonus action to heal Sir Gris.
So wait 1 minute.
Yes.
So this is something I've been thinking about that I want to do, and I think it's going to be a better way of doing stuff. Because I'd like to do more longer dungeons and bigger things, and this one is, a fair size. I want to be able to encourage you guys to keep going as opposed to going, okay, we're going to stop for an hour for a short rest in the mouth of this cave, which is ridiculous. Or if you're in somewhere, So what I'm going to do, and I think you have got one, I'm going to allow you to use healing kits to spend hit dice. So you're going to so healing kits are going to have 10 uses on them. Every time you use one to stabilize somebody, it's going to use a use of it. And every time you spend a hit dice, it's going to give a use of it. So if you wanted to spend 5, depending on how you want to just... So it's basically the resources within the healer's kit. Those are the uses for it. And I will amend the healer's kit so that it shows that in the descriptions of them. I can't remember who has one.
Moi.
Yeah, we'll fucking change the shopping session if we knew that back then.
I was just about to say I'm going to let you retroactively buy a healer's kit.
I bought 7.
You all bought a single healer's kit because that was all that was available in the shop.
Nice.
How much?
They were free. It was a giveaway.
They are. Bear with me 1 second.
Jeez, not a bear as well. Yetis are bad enough.
That's my joke. Okay, healer's kit is 5 gold. There you go.
Okay. So
So
I
yeah,
buy one.
if you all deduct 5 gold, and I'm going to drag a healer kit onto you.
Don't
Okay.
yet, because I put my channel. I'm going to make a proper one that goes off charges.
Okay, cool.
And then we'll add that on. So yeah, don't do it yet. But I will mark my gold off.
Okay, so you've all got one, and if anybody wants to spend hit, so I was saying this before you started spending spell slots to heal each other. I don't think anybody spent any spell slots to heal each other as of yet. No, good. So you can use your healer's kits to spend hit dice if you wish.
Is there a way to automatically use a hit die, or do I need to roll?
You have to roll it manually and heal yourself by that amount. You could also make a feature that is a healing on yourself for your hit die amount.
And I'm going to add my bardic inspiration. Can I do that, or is that not possible? No, because it's not a check.
Wrap
Yeah.
my
Okay.
bandages.
I suppose if we're all gonna, you can just a short rest doesn't give you anything other than the chance to roll hit dice, right?
Some resources will renew.
Yeah.
But
Sometimes
a short rest is a short rest.
Okay, then we'll not do that. I'll let you all monitor and adjust your. So make sure you tick off your hit dice as you're rolling them.
I cannot Is there a way to do it? Because I see hit dice, but I cannot click on it.
That is true.
Where are they?
They
Trying to
are
right
under-
Upper right hand side of your. Yeah, it looks like there is not a way to.
They're at the right hand side of where?
Of your HP bar.
character portrait.
Oh yes. Okay. Yeah, it looks like there is.
Just so I'll get the hit dice that we are going to be taking are going to be from our character's resources, not from the resources of the healer's kit.
Yeah, so it's basically a use. So for every use of a healer's kit you use, you're going to be able to spend a hit dice to heal yourself. So it's still going to use your hit dice. So it's not like a healing potion. It's just giving you a use to use your hit dice.
I think I've got a way of sorting this going forward. So
Well, you've got the 3 resources in your attributes, right? You could add them there.
Chill. I don't think you need to do that. I think I can make something that uses the resource attribute hit dice total, but it'll take me too long to test now. But I should do that for next week. In the meantime, if you wanted to hard adjust the value, if you edit your class levels in there underneath your hit dice, it tells you how many hit dice have currently been used.
Okay.
But that's long-winded, so I'll try and make something that uses the attribute hit dice.
I tell you what we'll do for now. I will just mark down how many hit dice people have used. I'll put a little journal.
I'm going to make it easy for you because I used 1 and I'm about to blast off the other 2.
Cool. So you're going to have none left. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Why didn't I recover one? I mustn't have clicked long rest last night because I started the day with 2, so I should have had all 3.
The same issue. I have the same issue.
So I should have had 3. So I'm going to use. Well, let's see what it's at. Roll 1d10. Roll 1d10. Fuck me. Yeah, I'm doing it. Roll 1d10. Worth it.
You need to add your constitution as well.
Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I do, don't I? Which is significant. So I probably let's have a look. So that's actually.
I think that it's going to be useful for you.
Yeah, I still have 1 hit dice left. I would not have used the last one.
Hell?
Why the hell has that been spammed in? Delete that, DM.
1 second.
Quickly, DM.
What am I deleting?
Just the chat log. Kill it.
Oh, good lord.
Fuck me, kill it.
I can't! So, give me a second. I'm in a completely different thing. Not much I can do about it if I'm like in other windows.
You can always hit that trash can and nuke the lot.
Pardon?
Well, you can always hit the trash can and just nuke the lot. I tend to do that every session.
Yeah, which is what I just did. But I didn't know that the trash can thing was there and I was already in something else. And you all say, oh, nuke it, DM. Nuke it. I was like, nuke what? The chat log. Why? So I thought you'd been joking and flipping about it. And it's like, oh my god, somebody just posted something racist on the stream.
Yes.
Okay, so hit dice spend. Okay, so right, who spent what?
I have 1 left.
2.
I've spent 2. I also have 1 left.
Let's see. So Chris has 1 out of 3. Eileen has. Have you all got 1 out of 3?
I have 1 out of 3. Yes. Good lord, I needed it. I was left on 2 HP.
Letitia, have you got 1 out of 3 left?
I also did mark it on the character sheet. That's going to be of any help.
Okay.
I spent 2, but I started the day with 2 for some reason. But I spent 2 now, so I should have 1.
Yeah, I don't think we did hit long rest at the end of the last session. Then I think everybody kind of like checked it. Like, I'm saying that maybe you all just healed up after the battle or something. I don't know. Okay, hit dice spend. So you've all got 1 out of 3 hit dice left. All used 2 uses of your healer's kit. Which we'll work that out time. So do you guys
Resident Evil green herbs?
Yeah, exactly. Do you guys like the idea of the healer's kit working like that? I think it kind of works. So you've got easier progression instead of having to have a short rest every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea.
Cool. And you can 100% stockpile them. You can have more than one. But obviously, if you've not got a ton of hit dice at this stage, it's not going to make that much of a fucking difference. Okay, so this thing is bloody battered. There are just shards of ice everywhere. So Gris is at flame on, and you're all feeling. You're kind of getting your healer's kits up. You're all kind of bandaging up wounds and making yourselves, feel a little bit better. Putting a cold compress on, bit of ice. Ziz. You only recover 1 hit die. Rest you do.
It wasn't a rest. It was a heal up.
Yeah, we still spent hit dice. I'm saying when you take a long rest.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh. Okay.
So
Chris-
DM didn't think this through. What a fucking palaver.
Yeah, I think it's more about the case of I'm wondering, did you guys spend hit dice previously and then you've had a long rest? And that's why
we did spend them. But I don't think that we have spent too many because we have discovered that we have the Song of Rest and possibly the candle and stuff.
Okay.
We didn't spend too many of those.
Sure. Okay.
Also, DM, question. How would the healer kit rule work with my medic box?
What does your medic box do? I can't remember. I gave it to you like over a month ago.
You can open
One side.
box which contains the same contents and functions identically to a healer's kit. Each day at dusk, the left side of the box magically closes and regains all expended uses of its healer kit.
Yeah, okay. So you've got an indefinite healer's kit on you.
Great. Noted. Thank you.
So you'll still use those uses, so you'll never have to buy one, which is good. And collectively, you've all generally got one. But yeah, we'll not go into this too much now. We've all spent as many hit dice as you're spending. Yeah, we'll solidify some mechanics in Foundry to make it work. So what do you guys want to do? So we've hit 10:30.
Jesus.
I know. What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to carry on?
Well, I suppose knowing you know what lies ahead. If we're going to get into it, if you think we'll quickly find ourselves in another combat, it seems better to stop now as opposed to in combat. If you know we have a fair bit of dungeon crawling ahead first, it might be good to get another half hour in. But you may well know that one of those directions is one of those things, and the other one is the other. Such
is life. I mean, I have no problem about stopping in the middle of combat if it occurs, so that's not a problem for me. So it's up to you guys. If people are thinking like, I'm ready to finish for the night, then that's fine. If you're thinking I can keep going on because I've got no cutoff, that's fine. Because you just said keep on for another half an hour, so I'm presuming you want to finish by 11.
Not even necessarily.
So does everybody want to carry on for a bit?
I'm fine with continuing.
How could you say such a positive thing and yet sounding like, do you know what? I'm good to keep playing this fun thing. It was a really weird way to put it.
I'm so happy to be here.
Do you know what? Yeah, sex sounds great.
I didn't want to sound too eager because I don't want to pressure the others into being
That
like,
makes
if we say we want to...
I'm just always very aware that, and I'm sure the same applies for you, Aggie, but I don't know you very well yet. But I know I'm very aware of what time it is for
Eileen,
Chirelios, and particularly Eileen.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What's happening, Eileen?
Surprisingly enough, I'm good to go.
There we go. Chirelios, what's happening?
With what?
You're up for carrying on?
I just came back.
Are we carrying on playing? Okay. Then let's carry on playing, guys. Even though Gris was trying to fucking cut it off at the knees for some reason.
Okay. That's funny, but I'm good to keep going. Fuck yeah.
Okay. Do you guys Does everybody need a bio break and grab a snack?
Oh, do you know what? I don't want to play anymore now.
That's fine. We'll play without you. I mean, you were fucking useless
You
in that.
you almost were anyway.
I know. Pulls no punches. This kid. Oh man, if I'd have got that triple fucking deck in with you three, bam, 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 that'd have just been the best. And Letitia just sat there like, I only have one healing word.
And that word is run.
And then she just turns around and runs on the ice and falls through it and dies.
You know what the best strategy probably would have been in that exact situation? You heal word me, then you run. Hopefully the Yeti is going to run after you.
I mean, the Yeti was taking out whoever was the immediate threat and in their way. And you all just kind of lovingly took turns to stand in front of it. It's like, my turn, okay. Boom, my turn, okay. So that was
so honestly, I could have run, but with my athletics checks, I would either fall into the water or cannot climb out the cave. So that's my options. I just have to help you.
Yeah, Letitia's hoping that you guys can clear out this cave for her because she's living here forever. She can't escape. Right. Does everybody want to take a minute, grab some snacks and stuff, and then we'll carry on?
Sure.
Or grab a drink and go to the toilet if there needs to be?
Absolutely. Sounds good.
I'm good.
Good.
Good. Okay. Well, we'll carry on then.
Okay.
If anybody does want to dip out, then they can just do it in their own time. So, what do you four wish to do?
So I'm gonna make this part faster because we lost a lot of time. So I'm just gonna ask Grace to come look closer to the sort of crack on the ground, and I'm going to let him quickly know what are my hypothesis that it's maybe some kind of flying creature that is not very big but kind of powerful that landed there and seems to be going inside the cavern in the direction. So we can either follow it or run away because we're cowards and we're cold.
That's how he phrases it. I'm not trying to be a leading question or anything. So the impact isn't a crack. It's just like impacting the snow, like all the snow's battered out. So yeah, it's not a crack.
It's a winged touchdown mark.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, nursing a rib. If we are indeed looking for and thinking that perhaps Helon could be here, or that we're just looking to rout the creatures that have been terrorizing the area, then I suppose we are heading in, regardless of this imprint, which I presume to be something winged, which seems likely to be the winged creature we saw flying over.
Winged creatures usually enjoy staying in dark, damp, Yeti-infested caves.
Do you say that from experience or?
It's more like an academic question. I'm honestly curious.
Do you want to roll me a nature check?
And what was it for living in caves? Sorry, Yetis, did you say? What was it you asked, Eileen?
Do dark winged things typically live in caves with Yetis?
Yes, very much that. Sorry, I'm dying.
That's something I could roll on as well, do you reckon? Hearing this conversation taking place?
Sure.
Nature, did you say?
Nature. Oh dear, Eileen. That came up 1 on my screen.
It's 23.
I know, but the dice showed a 1. Gris. There are many things that might take shelter in different places for various different reasons. Sometimes in larger networks, things might keep to themselves. But you do also recall what Gillespie and some talk from what Jenna was saying, that whatever is happening in the north, it seems to have gathered creatures. So it may not necessarily be a natural reason as to why they are collectively in this place. But in general, it's not massively unheard of. If there's enough space for them all to live, symbiotically, then it wouldn't be a problem. But it would have to be a big enough area for them to do that. If they were hemmed in with each other, chances are one of them's going to kill the other. Unless there is, as Gillespie was saying, these creatures are being kind of like summoned together.
I will relay this to my companions and counsel severe caution if we are to proceed. But if we are not to proceed, what do we do instead? I feel as though we have begun to commit ourselves.
I think the other option is proceeding anyway.
We are clearly risking a lot for this boy that might
Indeed,
be here
but
alive or not.
how would you feel about living here and, thinking back that you suffered at that Yeti's hand for nothing,
Well, it's dead.
Wouldn't you ask yourself, but wouldn't you ask yourself what was, deeper in that cave all your life?
Well, I suppose you can lead the way for once.
Okay, I mean, if that can make you braver, Mr. Fish, I'm gonna go first.
Wow, that's pretty offensive.
So racist. Don't piss off your healer though. So just have to say that. Fuck you.
Are you coming?
I'll get my lantern back on. Turn them back and forth.
I was curious if I still
There
need
is-
light with you even
Oh,
in
yes,
this
something.
way.
There is something
So
dead
look-
inside that cave.
How can you smell it?
No, I can see it.
What? Really?
Yes, to the right. The left, I
DM,
guess, from our
Can I see where the tail track is going? Or
No, because it's like all hard packed floor now. So as you kind of like step into this place, you can get in the last refraction. I mean, now that Gris is, I'll pause it while I'm talking.
there's dead here.
While Gris's light is now kind of like blaring light everywhere, it's kind of like all refracting off the kind of like beautiful white, like kind of like deep blue azure caves. But the floor itself is just hard packed. It stands about 10 to 15 feet high in places, the ceiling, and you just got these sharp, icy stalactites kind of dotted throughout. But otherwise, yeah, it's like this, it's mostly ice and stone floor as opposed to thing. But if you want to try and see tracks, then I will 100% allow you to. Give me a survival check. Tracking.
All of us?
Well, I mean, it was Leticia. It was Leticia that was looking for. Sorry.
Okay. So do I still have my bardic inspiration from earlier?
You do, yeah. Yep. That's not been 10 minutes yet, so that's fine.
Okay, let's go. So survival, you said, right?
Survival, yeah, that's for tracking.
Let's go.
Let me see if you can roll while it's paused. I'm not sure if you. I think you can if it's paused.
I don't know if it's because it's it's another tunnel exit underhang, but for some reason DM. Oh my god!
How many ones did we roll this game? It's like
I think that's like the 9th.
You know what, guys? I think
We should call it
want to
here.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, so you kind of like trying to track it, and where this kind of like little snaking tail track kind of like got into the cave, there's just that much ice shards around here from when Gris used his lance 20 radius. It's like all fallen down around here. It just kind of covers the floor, and you can't. Sorry,
DM,
you were going to ask. Yes.
Yeah, with my lantern light, I don't know if it's part of the wall of the cave or if it's like just if there's another exit. But if you zoom out a bit, I can see like outside light here. I don't know if that's like a wall and error.
That's okay. Thank you for identifying.
These fucking walls. This guy.
Garbage. There's no reason that should be that I can see.
I've got sight from here to
Yeah,
here in like a thin cone.
I can see why it's basically going through two sets of walls. That's no way that should be.
So no, that's part of my magic item. That makes sense.
Oh, is it?
The lantern can see through walls.
Yeah.
I have very similar but much smaller here.
Where?
I'm pinging to the south.
Oh, really? Jesus, man.
Yeah, a very thin sort of triangle closing off to that point.
Okay. I don't know.
It's not revealed anything to me.
Yeah, I can see. I
wasn't sure if there were like two entrances to the cave, you see, and we'd come in through one.
No, I'm trying to light source. I'm having some global lighting areas doing it, I think. Because I imagine if I do that, has it disappeared? You can no longer see through it? Or can you still see through that gap?
It's faded off.
Okay. And that would appear to be the global lighting is going beyond that. So I will leave that light in there. Okay, and that one's gone as well?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me reset the shadows. I think that is just a foundry. Okay, cool. So when that's relevant, then I'll do something with it. Okay, there you go. What do you guys wish to do?
I want to first marvel at this fantastic reindeer asset. Where did you buy or download that from?
Got it from the madcartographer.com where he also...
Are these yetis sleeping on pelts of their kin?
No. So now that you are firmly in this place and I have appeared to have closed...
I'm just stepping over all these bloody... Oh, icicles. Shit.
Can I look at bones? What do they seem like? Like human bones? Or...
Yeah, give me a sec. Ended up closing my other stuff because it's in the way. Okay, so kind of like trading your way around, and there is like in here it just smells of damp and rot, and just has that yeti smell about it. You saw it came from this direction, so if it was coming from anywhere, then this looks like it was quite likely to be the yeti's lair. And this chamber contains a pile of bones in the northern corner, and there's 3 piles of animal pelt. That the way they're kind of strewn out, they look like they serve as bedding. There is frozen against this wall a couple of animal carcasses. The most predominant being dead reindeer that is covered with a thick layer of ice frost. So, you are. What is it you're all wanting to do whilst you are in this room? So I'm gonna ask you all individually what. Oh, hello.
Is DM cutting out for anybody else?
He did for a second there.
Yes.
Am I okay now?
Yeah, you sound better now.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you all now. They're in this area. What do you all want to do? And then I will let you all start doing it. And you all. So, Letitia, what are you going to be doing?
I'm gonna look at the skeletons.
Okay. Letitia is going to look at skeleton bones. Tyrilos, what are you doing?
I will be keeping my eye on the passage downward.
Okay.
That one.
Kellen, are you heading over here, or are you? Where you thought?
Sure.
And Eileen, what are you doing?
I think I'll want to see how long the ear is in dead for.
Okay. And then Sigris.
I think I will just keep a key. Why can't I move myself now?
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
I'm
it's
still
still
paused.
paused.
I was dragging people.
Yeah,
around.
yeah, that's what threw me. I think I will just be trying to keep an active guard. I am very aware that I saw. Now that my head isn't clouding with impending death, given it 4, can I try and recall any detail of the looming shadow I saw coming out behind the Yeti, or was I just so on the edge of consciousness?
You can roll me a check that you think might be. You can roll me whichever skill check you think, because it was just a shadow. So whatever you want to try and put some. It's not got any immediate thing that it relates to.
Athletic. Just intelligent to try and process my thoughts and see.
Sure. Okay. You can roll me an intelligence check.
You are as intelligent as an average man.
You're on the cusp of it. You kind of feel that you saw this shadow that was looming, but it was also at the very edge of the peripheral of what the light outside was. So you're not sure whether it was just a shadow off
Sure.
the Yeti,
Okay.
but there was
It's put me on edge anyway. So what I'm going to be
Yes.
doing is keep and watch very actively, basically turning from one corridor to the other near enough constantly.
Cool. Okay, you are. Well, okay then. So in that case, can you roll me a perception check, Sir Gris? Torellis, you can roll me a perception check. Eileen's rolling me a. What do you want? You want to do? You can either roll me a medicine or investigation. And Letitia, can you roll me an investigation? Okay. Okay, so Sir Gris, you're scanning the area, trying to listen out for anything. What's the D4 for?
I'm just burning my bardic inspiration before the 10 minutes end because it's gonna end soon, I guess, right?
Oh,
Can you
it's only
use it
for
a minute
one.
ago?
It's only for one roll. It's for your next roll. For every.
Yeah,
You already.
yeah, but I didn't use it.
Oh, did you not use it when you were looking for the tracks before?
Yeah, you said you want to use it, didn't you?
No, I did the natural 1+3 because that's my modifier, but I didn't use it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you roll it. Okay, so you just burn this. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Cool.
Is it a D4?
Wasn't it a D6?
I believe you start with a D6.
Oh, I think. Hang on, is it D6?
I think
I
Bardic
know
Inspiration is
that-
D6.
D4 is bliss, isn't it?
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
either
it
bliss or
starts.
guidance.
It does start from a D6, so cannot have lower than that.
Oh, I've been rolling a D4 since we started the game.
Okay, so roll me the D4 again. Well, so sorry, roll a D6. If it goes low, if it goes lower than 4, I'll just let you take the 4. 6. Okay, so
Wow.
you hit 10. So you get an investigation of 10. Okay, cool. You are okay. So we'll go with the Letitia first. So you're kind of like looking through these bones, and bad luck, they're kind of like mostly gnawed on, kind of like broken into pieces. They're obviously what the Yetis here were eating. All different types of animals kind of in there. But then there are some seemingly obvious humanoid bones, and kind of among it, kind of like scattering, kind of fishing through the bones. And presuming are you looking through the bones, or are you just looking at the bones?
No, I'm looking through them. I'm just, looking closely and moving everything and seeing what I can find. If I can find like anything, that might indicate me what the bones are from, or if there were people here, or anything that's unusual.
Okay. Kind of like it's like a big pile of bones. This, and you're going through it, and as you're kind of like moving, like one, but you just kind of like see this kind of like shiny metal surface, and you kind of like scatter these bones off it, and there is a skeleton that is still got a breastplate on it, and it is like an immaculate, fine-looking breastplate. And
Ooh.
you see these like leather straps over the back of it, and like all this, everything's like kind of like damaged and smashed in, and the straps on this backpack that it's had on are all worn, but this breastplate looks untouched. There's not a scratch on it.
Can I take it?
If you wish to, yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. You start kind of pulling out and like jimmying some of the bones out of it, and it is technically be plate armor, opposed to necessarily just a breastplate. And so there's kind of like other bits to it.
Nice.
Then there's the backpack. There's the backpack as well.
Okay. What do I find something in the backpack, or is it just a backpack?
Do you want to look inside the backpack?
Yes, please.
Okay, as you open the backpack that this would-be adventurer appears to have been wearing, you
Nice.
find it contains 50 silver pieces, 20 gold pieces, and the contents of an explorer's pack.
Silver pieces, 20 gold pieces, plus explorer's pack, you said?
Explorer's pack, yes.
So I wrote it so I don't forget.
And I will let you know, just due to your general affinity, knowledge, this plate armor is most definitely magical.
Okay.
But obviously, you do know what it is.
So yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm going to take the backpack and take the plate and go over to Briss and just hand it to him with a big smile.
I mean, this is obviously, you are carrying like pieces of a big armor. So this isn't something that's going in your backpack or anything. This is a fucking suit of armor that you're carrying.
I hear scraping as he's dragging it along the floor.
I'm just dragging it as I can, and just like making this big amount of noise between the bones and the yeah.
I'm gonna say there's no like legs to it. There's kind of like some like kind of short greaves. There's the chest and maybe pauldrons to it. So it's not like full head to toe, a full suit. But it's like quite a built up piece.
And I'll be like, look what I found.
This me hearing what you found.
Good gracious. That appears to be... It's fared much better than, I presume, its previous inhabitant. Not even a... There is nary a dent on it at all, is there?
Yeah. It's definitely prettier than yours.
Yes, to be sure. Perhaps a little more cumbersome than I'd.
I feel like it might have some hidden properties. Do you want me to appraise it for you?
That would seem to be a most excellent idea, Letitia.
Awesome. That would be 10 gold, please.
He smiles. And continues smiling.
Awkwardly.
It's 12 gold now.
So this thing is heavy. It's like 65 pounds. This thing. This is a heavy old set of armor.
Cool. Then yeah, we'll maintain watch. If Letitia's gonna identify it, I'll make sure nothing sneaks up on us while she's doing that.
Okay. So let me just look if the spells need anything special. If I can do it right now. So, it needs a pearl.
I know. I established that you had a pearl. You're level 3, so you'll have picked up a level pearl in your 100 gold piece pearl at some point.
And an owl feather. So can I just go?
Oh, you don't have the feather though.
Yeah, can I just go look into the bone pit and look if I find like something that looks like a feather?
Sure. Yeah. I'll let you find whatever you wish. Whatever kind of feather suits your flavor.
Okay. So I'm just gonna look through the thing, find something that looks like and hope it will work. And then I'm starting on my little ritual. So I'm just gonna sit on the armor and start drawing some drawing something in the snow with the point of my rapier, like the tip, and I'm writing like circles around the armor, and then it starts lighting up as the spell starts taking action. You know.
Okay. So are you casting a spell, or are you doing it as a ritual?
It's a ritual.
So
It's a ritual.
you're taking 10 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
So while you're taking 10 minutes to do that, you're kind of sitting comfy. Eileen, what was it you wanted to check? You wanted to see how long this thing's been dead?
Yes.
Okay, and you rolled 10 medicine check. Okay. It looks fairly fresh and fairly intact. It's hard to say when it was necessarily killed because it's kind of frozen quite solid. So it's obviously been preserved quite well in here. But kind of like judging off the other stuff that is around, it's going to be no more than a week that this has been killed. And yeah, it looks like it was. It's kind of like got a heavy impact on its back, and you kind of like run your hands over it, and its back has just been snapped. There's no like other puncture marks anywhere, so it looks like this was just bodied, like, and it's like at its back broke that's killed it. And then there's just kind of like rough grazing where it's been dragged for however long. But
That's a nasty way to go.
That's nasty. Not necessarily quick. Who knows? Speak with dead. How did you die? Oh, fell! Tripped up.
I mean, I can do
Lutetia.
without a meh. I don't know what kind of sounds deer make.
Yeah. Do you know? And actually, with your thing as well, I will say that up on one of its antlers, it is heavy blooded on one of them, and it's like a little bit of gore that's still on one of the antlers.
Ooh. Has it? The first thing that's going through my mind is that the poor thing managed to fight back just a bit.
Quite possible. Say.
Probably can't be able to tell, but I am looking at it.
If give me an investigation check as well.
Okay, investigation.
I really thought it'd be a 1, man.
I was sure it was going to be a 1.
You are examining the antler, kind of like checking out, and you can kind of see like matted into the blood and kind of like caught in between the fronds or whatever the antler. There is like definite traces of yeti fur, and given that you had examined it previously, I would say that it's fair to say that this creature is possibly what caused the gouge on the other yeti that you met yesterday.
Oh, lovers quarrel.
What?
Lovers quarrel.
Lovers quarrel. What? This yeti? This yeti and this reindeer?
The other yeti. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought you said that the yeti we just killed is the one that obviously wounded the other one. That makes much more sense.
Yes. So it would appear that the other yeti was also from this cave. And
Nice.
with the investigation, I'm going to go kind of looking around. The size of the beds. It's quite possible that the two yetis and the saber tooth. This was their kind of their lair.
Oh, the saber-tooth got a people bed.
Got a people bed. Got a person comfy bed. I mean, my dog has a bed.
Aww.
Yeah, but it hasn't got a smaller version of your bed.
That's true. Yeah, not that fucking mental. Okay, so Turiel. Oh, so go on. Carry on.
No, I think I'm done. I just kind of let out a. Oh, you were a fighter after all. Wouldn't you want to the deer? We're looking at what's happening behind me, and I think this is where I see Lutetia dragging along. Just to be sure in my mind, were you dragging just the armor or the corpse around with the armor?
No, just the armor.
Yeah, I think the corpse would have kind of like fallen out. They've been pulling chunks out of it, but they've not been able to rip open this magical armor. So they've been like kind of just pulling bits out of it. So there's bits of the bones left in. But yes, just kind of like rattled the bones out of this armor was as she's carried it over.
I am heavily considering casting. What was the name of the thing?
Is Eileen having a stroke?
No, but I'm heavily considering casting Guys of the Grave just to be sure that we haven't summoned this ghost.
You hadn't until now.
Quick,
No.
open plutonium. Let me import.
Sorry, you cut off. I didn't know what you said.
I said, let me quickly use my D&D Beyond and copy by hand and using my legal subscription.
Yes, I said you told me them.
Fortunately, I have Ghosts memorized. I know what their entire stat block is. I shall type it out quickly.
Note to self, start giving the DM ideas. No, I'm not casting Guys of the Grave.
Good. My whole switcheroo worked. Love it. Okay. For Turelios, with yours, you're kind of like looking down, just casting a glance into what appears to be an empty cave head, and kind of like through these kind of like semi-translucent walls, because they're just like sheer blue ice. You catch a glimpse that there is something in the ice over here. You can't quite make it out. So if you hadn't noticed it before, you now see that there is the ice there.
Good. I take a mental note of that. As we will begin moving, I will investigate closer.
Okay. And whilst you're kind of like...
Because I assume you mean that it is there lodged, like it does not move inside the ice or anything like that.
It's completely silent. Something large from what you can see here.
Yeah, so I'm keeping it in mind.
Okay, cool. So Eileen's kind of investigating stuff. Sigris is looking out paranoid, and Letitia is slowly but surely casting Identify. And when she is complete, you find that you have an armor of vulnerability.
Son of a bitch.
So while wearing this armor, you have resisted one of the damage type, though it has already been worn, and the resistance type is bludgeoning damage. However, this is a cursed item. This armor is cursed, and the fact that it is revealed only when an Identify spell is on the armor or you attune to it. Attuning to the armor curses you until you are targeted by the Remove Curse spell or similar magic. Removing the armor fails to end the curse. While cursed, you have vulnerability to 2 of the 3 damage types associated with the armor, not the one which it grants resistance to. So you have vulnerability to piercing and slashing, but you would have resistance to bludgeoning.
So
So you can remove the curse with a Remove Curse spell, so then it would just become an armor of invulnerability where you have resistance to bludgeoning.
Okay. So the question is, do I disclose this information to Harrison or not?
Oh, the Lord.
To Greece.
To Grace, to Sir Grace,
Harrison.
that I tell him that it's cursed or not. I don't know.
I mean, once he puts it on and he's suddenly weakened by it and he knows that you can't identify on it, you might see how quickly you are vulnerable to bludgeoning damage.
So I'm gonna tell him everything. I'm gonna say that now I understand why the dead skeleton, didn't survive long here, and explain to him exactly how to take advantage of the armor if by any point we can lift the curse. So it's definitely something we need to carry with us if we can afford to carry something that weighs 60 pounds, or we can just give it here and
Well, herein lies the question. Is it permissible by the DM for us to carry separate parts of this to distribute the weight?
So it's not all different parts. So it is, like I said, primarily the the chest plate, and the pauldrons and the greaves are kind of like attached to it with like the metal skirt. So it is a one piece. So it would be
I can carry
£65.
fucking. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll carry it.
Are you carrying it now, or are you leaving it here?
Yeah. When we finish this dungeon crawl.
I am going to be very heavily focusing on what people are carrying. So weight alone is not going to be a thing. It's like if you're carrying two sets of armor and 2 sets of weapons, it's like, yeah, you're going to be having. You might as well be encumbered. So weight alone is not going to be the only. A ridiculous system. But other than that, yes. So are you? I presume you're just kind of like once you've ID'd it, just leaving it where it is on the floor, I guess. Okay.
So can I? Then that means it would be silly for me to carry 2 backpacks. So can I just empty the backpack on the ground and give everybody some stuff that's in it?
Do what those dickheads do? Put one on facing frontwards as well.
Yeah.
Like those yoppy mums in the park.
Yeah.
That would make it very hard to evade attacks that I already cannot evade. So
You don't need to evade them. Just let them hit you in your big backpack on your front. You're just wearing it as armor. It's just leather armor now, isn't it? So an explorer's pack has within it, because for some reason that isn't an item that is actually in.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I've gone into items and searched for in the SRD explorers, and it is most definitely not.
maybe we can do the exploring, without right?
I mean, in it, you've got a bedroll, mess kit, tinderbox, 10 torches, 10 days of rations, water skin, and so do you want? So if you wish to divvy anything up now, if there's anything that you want immediately, I'm presuming you take it all. Okay. So for now, just add in that you've got an explorer's kit, and we'll divide stuff up as and when we need.
Oh,
and then everyone gets 5 gold pieces and 16 silver pieces.
Nice.
And I take the last silver piece, and I put it in the hand of the dead skeleton, and I close his hand and give him a little wink, and I leave.
Into his hand, and give his hand a little wink because his body's over there, his head's over there. You scatter about like, and then you look at it and you're like, I'm not even sure if that was his hand. Sure.
You've paid the man who killed me with my own gold.
Okay, cool. Then, okay, I will make a note that you have access to, if you remember to pick it up. Armor of vulnerability. And you've got the Explorer's Pack that we will divvy out at some point. Cool. Right then. Where are you going, kids? Okay. Well, Turelis is well underway here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As Turelis starts drifting down, and the rest of you potentially follow. I can't tell you what to do. You pass through the area of this tunnel, and you notice massive worm-like creature with a multitude of these spindly legs and small bat-like wings near its head, and is on the kind of trapped inside the ice here. One of its eyes appears to just stare through. If you would like to... Oh, nice! You studied the notes of the map. Didn't know you could do that.
Yeah.
If you would like to roll me a nature check, if you think you would know it, I just never know. If you want to roll me a nature check, then I will let you identify it.
Where did you say we are? Oh, sorry, we're running too far ahead here.
You see Turios kind of like looking. Turios, you do not know what this is. In character.
I feel like I probably wouldn't know.
Okay.
I might have read. So I'm a learned bloke. Did you say it was nature? Did you?
Yes.
What have you two found here?
Finally.
Beautiful.
It is indeed a frozen remora. Just seemingly dead, its eyes, just one blank glassy eye that you can see just staring out into the cold, which is very unlike these creatures that live in Arctic conditions for it to find frozen here. So potentially, possibly died and then was put in here. But who knows? Who knows these crazy things? Letitia, are you staying up there, or are you following?
I am following.
Okay, then move your token. Keep up, yo. There you go. This is what they're all looking at. Remoraz throw into the blue glassy ice wall.
This must have been here for a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad that we are seemingly not joining it.
Oh, that's nice.
What? Lol. Right.
Ugly beast. What's it doing here? Sorry. What's it doing here?
Well, it's not doing much of anything, really, anymore, right?
Indeed.
Do you think we can free it?
I
Why
would
would you-
counsel strongly against that.
Yes.
If you think the
I
Yeti
don't
will
know.
cause trouble.
Maybe it would be, thankful and
It
Not
does not
eat us.
seem to have any. It does not seem to have any treasure attached to it.
I'm just going
yeah,
to
but
put a hand on your shoulder and just shake my head. This is completely based on the fact that it currently looks like it has far too many eyes to be of this world place.
This cave really goes deep.
So I'm presuming you guys are you speaking casually and loudly as you're walking around, or are you in hushed chat?
Hushed chat, surely, as we descend
I like-
deeper.
I like to think so, but you just never know, do you? You know, you've got Letitia the Bold here that might be like Yodeli, Yola.
No. 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 Letitia, no. No. Okay, so far we're going. I don't like how far I am.
yeah,
The rest of the team.
So
What
as you come
the
around
you need to-
hell is that?
as you come around this corner,
Wait, I can't move anymore.
it's because it's paused. 1 second, I just paused
Oh,
it.
sorry.
So as you come around the corner, you kind of cast a glance down here. What did you see? That was what the hell is that?
I don't know what it's meant to be, but oh, now I've realised what it is. Actually, never mind.
I am so scared.
What I thought was an open mouth, like those snout creatures. Yes, where your mouth is. I now
Sure.
have realised what it is.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to tell what it is from where you are. Well, I suppose it's. I mean, you can see it, and you think you know what it is. But there's kind of that, and then you've got obviously not that you can tell easy, Gris, with your lantern blaring.
Of course.
But this area around here appears to be naturally lighter, and you can feel the wind kind of like pouring in through, through this area, through this tunnel. Like it sounds heavier. You can feel the cold blasts through it.
What is that?
What is what? I just gonna whisper as I'm coming a bit
No.
closer to the rest of the team.
I don't see anything, to be honest.
I just see weird lights.
Yeah, same. I think Chris has, for some reason, much more visibility than me.
I mean, Gris has got his torch on. Surely you can see when he lights. I think he's moved, so he's no longer shining in the same area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I can see something.
Well, what do you advise, Sir Grace?
Oh.
Do you want to go investigate that, or do you think we should run this time?
I'm not entirely sure what it is, but when I find this new entrance of light equally intriguing. I think we should poke our heads outside, ensure there's nothing about to come in and get us, and then we can continue our search.
What nature of light is this? Like, is it all spooky?
No, so the light is just like snowy, kind of like a bit of cold mist along the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what you got. Oh, you can see. Okay, so as from where you're stood, and you can see it pouring in. You can see that snow, a light shower of snow, because it's pretty clear outside. There's just a light bluster, very very light, that's coming in into this room ahead, and it looks like it's hard to tell, but it looks like it is more exposed in the upper area. It's a very well lit room.
Okay, I have an idea. Let's, for once, be cautious. I'm going to cast invisibility on. Oh, Sir Grace has an armor, so I'm just gonna cast it on myself, and I'm gonna go investigate.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know how it works. Do I need to make a roll, or am I automatically invisible, or?
FYI, just for future reference, mine is only medium armor.
You're
Yes,
what?
but you're also carrying huge armor, right? And
No, you left it. No.
Oh, you dropped it.
I've
Yeah,
left it in my room and left a big note on the floor. I've got my red chalk and I wrote out on the floor to remind myself that the armor vulnerabilities here.
Okay, so I'm going to take my rapier and just write a little glyph on, just like at the surface of the armor, very lightly, of Sir Graves, and he's going to just disappear and turn invisible. Poof.
Oh, what a strange point to get a. I got someone subscribed on the stream and the noise was perfect for the casting of the spell.
Nice. Okay.
So.
So Gris blinks out of existence. What would happen with the light source?
I suppose it would remain. I'll place it on the floor.
Okay. I mean, this whole area is lit anyway, so.
So do I make a? I can't remember when I'm invisible. Do I even make a stealth check, or is it just I'm invisible?
I mean, you are invisible. You don't need to make a.
I think we are hearing your footsteps, though.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I'm like a fucking stoat.
So.
The spell ends if you make an attack or a spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've left the lantern on the floor, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so as you come into this massive chamber, you can see that there's a hole in its ceiling where the light drift of snow on an otherwise extremely clear day is blowing in and has been piling up pretty much throughout this entire chamber. All snow drifts around the edge, and if you can see that there are several buried in the snow here.
Mm-hmm.
And let me have. Yeah, from the ones you can see, there's probably seems like 4 bodies, and you can see that there are 2 backpacks. Yeah, on the other side of the room, and there is. No, your passive perception sucks. Yeah, that's what you can kind of see here. If you'd like to roll me a perception check, that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll make passive perception. So I was reading something else in my.
Oh, I mean, you don't make a passive perception. I've checked.
Sorry, yeah. So I'm going to have a really good look. Just take a moment and hanging near the wall before I proceed any further. Especially seeing that there was a gap in the ceiling, not wanting them to drop down. I shall cast my eye around.
Okay. So two things immediately stand out. You can see that from the ceiling, there is a little bit too high up to seemingly reach from this point. There's like a piece of rope hanging down. It looks like whoever's in here may have entered from here, or they've tried to exit from here. So this cavern probably goes up about 30, 40 feet. You know, you guys were kind of like stood that high, but it's kind of like from where you approached, it was like behind a larger rock formation. So you hadn't seen this hole in the ceiling essentially at this.
Okay.
So you can see the rope down there, and the other thing that immediately stands out is this axe. It is the shine. It's kind of like almost got a shimmering glisten on it from where the light outside is catching on it, and it appears to be a well-crafted battle axe that's kind of gripped inside this person, this body's hand. And I just want to do one thing terribly. A sec. Is it still doing? Okay, and you're kind of like looking around, looking at bodies in the drifts and stuff. And when you kind of came in at first, did not notice it. And then there's just like this pile of snow that just looks kind of almost out of place, but almost easy to pass over. And then you kind of slowly see a shape. And on both sides,
These.
they look like snowmen. Like the people in here took the time out to build these snowmen that are just kind of sat in the snow.
And they are still.
They are still, yeah. They're just kind of sat there, unassuming.
I will warily withdraw and go to relay. Oh, hello, Torelios. See you behind me. I will relay this to my companions, being sure to pick up my nice, hot, warm lantern. I came upon a cavern with an open ceiling up to the sky, with several previous visitors, it would seem, who met with a very definitive fate. I can see even more supplies, weaponry of equal craft, if not even better to the armor we found. However, there is a threat in there, I believe. Several carrot-nosed...
Why would they waste rations?
Several figures. Perhaps innocent, perhaps not, but still, it wouldn't be prudent to walk in alone. It appears to be a dead end, unless you wish to ascend out. So I suppose, do we want to go and look in there and clear it and see what's been left, or do we want to proceed to the south? Or that way? I don't have keen mind.
Is that even a question?
It does seem like the most ominous part of this whole cave system, what with the light and dead people. Maybe we should first make sure that nothing will come from behind if we find anything that's dangerous.
Well, we know there is
Start
something
making noise.
down that way. I saw a glimpse of it.
Well, I'd be all for checking other passages before we move in.
It might be a sound idea to not venture into unknown territory if there is even the slightest possibilities for more Yeti to come ambushing and start blowing their breath of ice at us.
Well, do we?
What about you, Letitia? You're all up for going to explore more?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, why go look elsewhere when we know that there is things right here, right in front of us?
It's a fair and reasonable point. I'll put it to yourselves. I will obviously go along with whatever you decide.
Keeping in mind the person that said that is currently invisible, and disembodied voice is just chatting away.
Yeah, good point.
So right now, Gris is still invisible.
He is still invisible. This is the most awkward conversation that we ever had. And
Well,
we've already
maybe
had a few.
maybe we should use invisibility at our advantage, and maybe you're right. We should look at other options and other routes where we have this advantage that we can use.
Isn't it only after how much we've chatted? Isn't it only a minute?
No.
Not sure. Let me look.
No, that one is. It's the greater invisibility that is only a minute. But
Yeah,
invisibility
it's
is,
an
I
hour.
think, pretty
Yeah.
long. Yeah.
Yes, I have absolutely
to
no
1 hour.
idea what you are,
Okay.
but whatever you're going to be doing, don't spook me, please.
There is no duration, so I think as long as you don't make
No,
a
it's-
spell,
it's-
Hold
it's
on,
1 hour.
hold on. Before I
1 hour.
sneak,
1 hour.
before I sneak any further ahead, I should remove my light emission.
Mhm.
Oh, you have extinguished your light, yeah?
Well, I put it on the floor, didn't I? Because I'm carrying it, but it's pretty stupid.
I
There we go.
can pick it up.
But I'm more thinking, if I'm sneaking ahead to see what we can find, it's kind of moot if we're also carrying along a torch that blasts 120 foot of light magically.
Sure, but you can't see it yet, so you shouldn't have any vision.
I'm squinting really hard.
So I don't know why you can't see anything at the moment, because that should not be the case. Do I have to manually adjust when you go into darkness and stuff?
Well, it depends. By default, we all have dim vision 30. Now, we can change all that to be like what I do with the other campaign is dim vision 5. But that will obviously have the requirement for you then of any and all daytime or outdoor maps will need to be set to have global illumination, because otherwise we're outside in a sunny field and can still see 5 feet.
Okay. So So you put the torch down? Did you say?
I'd put it down before here. Yeah.
Okay. Let's.
So if someone else wants to pick it up, it just
Do you know? No.
functions as a
Keep
normal
your
24.
dim vision. Keep your dim vision back on. I'm going to just throw a light source down, so you can manually move the light source around if you wish to.
Okay.
And what's the range on it?
If I'm holding it, 120 dim, 60 bright. If anybody else is, the usual 20/40.
Fine. Okay. Well, I'll just do a quick. That's 20. Close to 20. Okay, so 20. Okay, so there is a torch here that is illuminating the area slightly, if you wish. But obviously, if Gris carries it, then it becomes visible. I would say any light source that you're carrying when you go goes
User
away.
Harrison lacks permission to update tokens in pair. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't tried anything. Stop. What are you doing again?
Who, me?
Well, no, I'm getting an error message that I can't update tokens, but I'm not trying to update tokens.
Because the
Yeah,
entire
the
thing
same
is just the entire thing has just crashed.
Yeah, it's frozen for me as well.
Yeah.
F5.
For
It's
me
bad.
too.
Don't know that. Now it's not loading this.
Well, I wanted to tap at past anyway. Oh no, now it's loaded through. All come back through now for me.
Cool. Yep.
There
Okay,
Yeah.
so we've accidentally reset the map. The Yeti is back.
Oh no, that was the trap.
No. No.
We glitched the encounter. Okay. We have yeah, okay. You can carry on now. Is it still playing the music again?
Yes.
Boomer's theme. I'm getting back token error again. Have you got me highlighted where you're trying to update other people's tokens?
No.
I'm getting the errors for the tokens as well.
So what, you can't move your
So
tokens?
am I. No, I think this is
No,
something
it's
Foundry
it's
will
something.
do if
So,
you're trying to.
I've
Let me-
literally
something
never had
that
it before.
I don't
I'll
have.
delete you all and then I'll just add you all back.
No.
So, wait,
We
We're all
wanna
dead
die.
now.
We all dead. Oh, I'm back.
So
And I
it's
can
still-
live.
Okay. Any problems? Working okay now?
No, that's good.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my vision's gone back to dim 30. Dim
It's alright, just leave it at 30, it's
5.
fine.
Okay, I'll change
We'll
it
just
to-
say that there's light refracting off the ice and
Wait a
No.
minute. I see something weird.
There we go. Yeah. It took me a second. It took me a second to realize what it was.
It's Santa
Hey.
Claus.
Can you tell what it is yet?
Santa Clausen.
Hmm.
Okay.
There is the light again.
Is that a domesticated bear?
Hey guys,
Yes.
I can see the light again.
So where Tyrellis is, there is
Go into the
indeed
light.
a blue emanating sheet
Team assembled.
from this area.
Yes, Snoop.
I've seen something else on the other side.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
I'm gonna get everybody to roll me a stealth.
Oh fuck.
Amazing idea.
Does mine have any advantage due to being invisible?
No.
What?
What?
In
Oh
the-
no.
Ah, it's nicer for bad rolls.
Okay.
We're
Cool.
cursed.
Thank you all. Okay.
We're so cursed. We're
Continue.
so cursed.
I don't think I shall.
Uh,
All right. What did everybody see?
I'm having a little invisible peek.
Just the light.
I'm gonna hide in this little corner.
What does it mean?
Nope. Oh, I'm trying to drag it back. What on earth is that?
I need
Oh,
you
well,
to
I see
follow.
what you've done. That's interesting.
I
okay.
can't move anymore.
Yes, because I paused it.
Oh, okay. My bad.
So, Sugris,
Invisible, Sir Chris.
as you start stepping out onto this ice, you can feel it is like glass underneath your feet. And you're kind of like, you're moving slow and steady, kind of wall, and there's just this blue emanating shift all across the chamber, covered in slick ice. There are several large icicles hanging from the ceiling. At this area, probably around 40, 50 feet high, maybe. Toward the southern end of the area, you know, so
Hmm.
do you not notice there's something down this way?
Yes, I've very much seen it.
Sitting upon a gigantic throne made of solid ice is a large, monstrous creature with frigid white skin and a beard of bristling icicles. This creature appears to be wearing a white veil on its face, and it holds in one hand a silver goblet. Across its lap lies a gleaming morning star. Next to the throne, on a small pile of coins, is a white dragon, roughly the size of a person, which is feasting on what appears to have once been a goat. And it kind of stops eating for a moment. And you kind of like, as you see it, and you look up to the throne. This creature, if you wish to roll me a nature check whilst you have the time and you are kind of sat here, you can roll me a nature check.
Fuck me. The rolls in this session have been atrocious.
I will give you that it looks... Do you know what? No.
I'm
I don't
not even entirely confident out of character what this is. I mean, based off elements of it, I think I can assume and just think that the art is cool, but I'm not entirely certain.
That's because I didn't use official artwork. I just chose something completely different.
I don't really get how we've not gone past any water, so I don't get. I didn't even know that Kuatoa could get that big.
Just Murloc.
Excuse? Kuatoa?
No, this is not Kuatoa. He's having a jape. As this this white wormling, this dragon worm, looks up and you kind of instantly look up to the throne at the creature, and you kind of like doesn't stir. It's like you kind of sees like heavy breathing. And it appears to be asleep. And the silver goblet that seems to be in its hand is just kind of like tilted to one side, where anything that it had in its hand that was in there either drained or it's fallen asleep with it in hand. And the white dragon just like sniffs around from it. What do you wish to do?
John! Back away, not today, disco lady.
And meanwhile, because Letitia and Tulios can't see you, they just go walking in.
I will be grabbing roughly onto both of them and just whispering, "Be still, turn around, make some distance, I'll explain. Come. And I will attempt to give a description of the You didn't mention anything about size, but
Sure.
obviously I saw.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. So, as far as the creature goes, that was sat in this frozen throne. Let's have. Where is? Okay, so this creature, it is a large creature. It was sitting in a large iced throne. It looks to be somewhat intelligent. At least it is dressed in kind of hides and clothing.
Mm-hmm.
It is so primitive. Just a muscled beast of a creature with these huge horns, kind of spreading around its face, kind of like. I mean, I'm not going to give you the description of what you can see from the picture. You can see what the picture was, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, it just looks like a large, frosty, icy, humanoidy.
It's basically a White Walker on steroids. It looked like.
Yeah, not quite.
If a White Walker had a baby with an orc.
What did you roll? Yeah, and I'm just going to say that you've never come across anything similar to it.
I think I know what the art is actually from. I believe the art.
I mean, it will not matter. That is.
Oh yeah, totally. Haven't recognised it. It's a porpoise. Yeah, Yeah, I'll describe the scene. I feel like it'd be quite a lot to just repeat in person. But yeah, I will explain the scene. I know obviously you mentioned the goblet. Was the wormling on? Oh yes, was the wormling on what? On the map asset you have there?
So I said it was next to the. It was on a small pile of coins.
Ah, you did, yeah. So I will relay everything, but it did not. If a yeti, which presumably would be beholden to this thing, caused us so much consternation, this thing looks particularly powerful, and a wormling, even one so young, is not to be underestimated.
I completely agree.
Does sound like a problem.
Whatever creature.
You said the goblet. How did that goblet look?
I am reaching a hand over to you, and I'm just stopping you.
If these creatures have been amassed by an unknown creature, then the one sat in that throne was definitely that creature. So that is what is plaguing the roads. It is what is bringing this extended cold to this area. So, up to you whether you wish to take it on now or at some point, or whether you're just like, hey, let's just look for, see if we can find.
I mean, you got me a goblet anyway, so.
There is a single coin in this. I'm going in there. Let's go for the coin.
Could this decision making be a whispered intercession roleplay conversation throughout the week as we decide what our options are?
That's a good idea.
Are we looking at calling it now then at this point?
I put them before. Thomas has woken up twice for the last sort of 20 minutes, so I was looking for a half past Finn.
Okay.
But I wasn't going to break the full out, not when cool art was being thrown up.
Cool. Then at this junction where you find yourself, are quite literally, you are aware of some weird bear stuff going on in here. You are aware of some snowmen. Do you want a man? Up in here, where there's some bodies of some humanoids, a nice looking axe, and then some big mother effer in here, and a dragon wormling. And as you are looking at the different junctions to walk down and looking between each other,
their inhabitants will rush you at once.
You are just caught in the middle with no escape. We will then almost definitely leave it there and carry on next week.
Excellent. Awesome. A very fun session. Thank you, everybody.
Very good.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Foundry.
Thank you very much, Foundry. This was fun.
Crazy dice rolls.
Yeah. I've made your token invisible, so when you log on, like token, so that we remember you are in session.
Yeah. Okay. We have had several viewers and a recurring subscriber tonight. Someone gave us their seconds. They're on a 2-month streak.
Wow. Awesome. How are we? Wow. How are we dividing that income?
When it gets to a point, if it ever gets to a point where it covers my electric bill for having my PC on, but yeah, we'll divvy it out.
I'll just start placing ads on the stream for my map.
If you like items, subscribe to Loot Tavern.
Nikki seemingly has watched the whole thing tonight, Wan and Deck. She has said the Nat ones were unbelievable.
They were amazing, Jordan. Hi, Nikki.
I will end the stream and we'll catch up. But yeah, thank you, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Goodbye, all.